J'ouvre les portes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Report stage debate of Bill C-29, the Budget Implementation Act 2016, number 2.
There are 24 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-29. La motion numéro 4 ne sera pas...
Motion number 4 will not be selected by the chair because it could have been presented at committee.
And the chair is satisfied that they meet the guidelines expressed in notes of to Standing Order 76.15 regarding the selection of motions and the amendment at the report stage. Motions numbered 1 to 3, 5 to 24 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion.
I will now submit motion numbers 1 to 3 and 5 to 24 to the House.
Motion numéro 1.
Motion number 1.
Mr. Graham moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 1. Motion numéro 2.
Motion number 2. Mr. Deltel moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 29.
Number 3. Monsieur Deltel, seconded. Mr. Albus moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 44. Motion
number 5. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 117.
6. Moved by Monsieur St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 118. Motion numéro 7.
Motion number 7. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moved that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 119. Motion number 8. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 120.
Motion numéro 9.
Motion number 9. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 121. Motion number 10. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 122. Motion number 11. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 123. Motion number 12. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 124. Motion number 13. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 125. Motion number 14. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 126. Motion number 15. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 127. Motion number 16. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 128. Motion number 17. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 129. Motion number 18. Mr. Saint Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 130. Motion number 19. Mr. Saint Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 131. Motion number 20. Mr. Saint Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 132. Motion number 21. Mr. Saint Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 133.
Motion numéro 22.
Motion number 22. Mr. Saint Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 134. Motion number 23. Mr. Saint Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 135.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands is not present this morning, motion 24. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands is not in the chamber this morning, and I will not be able to move this motion. First, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a privilege it is once again to stand and talk about a bill that ultimately is going to be implementing our national budget. It's a budget, Mr. Speaker, that I believe is unprecedented in so very many ways. And if I was to think about a single message that comes out of this particular budget, it has got to be the issue of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to become a part of our middle class. And the reason why I say that, Mr. Speaker, is I truly believe you'd have to go many, many years into our history. I would suggest to you decades, if not even more, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the last time we've seen a budget that has done so much in terms of what I would suggest to you of a redistribution of Canada's wealth in many different ways, but with a special focus on our middle class. Over the last decade in particular, we have seen a great deal of concern in regards to how well Canada's middle class has been doing, and we have seen a leader not only here in government, but even when we were back in third party, where there was a constant theme that was being raised, and that was a caring attitude towards our middle class and those that are aspiring to be a part of Canada's middle class. And after the election of 2015, being put into the chairs of government, we have had a Prime Minister and a Minister of Finance that has put priority one, our middle class. And that is, I believe, within this budget, so much for us to actually get behind and support. We often hear from opposition benches about the importance of Canada's middle class. Well, for the first time in a very real and tangible way, they have the opportunity to vote for a budget that really does a great deal for Canada's middle class. Now, let me explain why I believe that to be the case. Shortly after the election, we had a substantial increase in taxes towards Canada's wealthiest. It's a 1%, if I can put it that way. But then, most significantly, we had a substantial decrease in taxes for Canada's middle class. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? If you're a factory worker, if you're a healthcare worker, if you're an individual that part of that middle class, you're receiving a substantial decrease in your taxes, a substantial one, Mr. Speaker, which means we are putting more money in the pockets of Canada's middle class. Many of my colleagues have had the opportunity to talk about this particular budget and saying that we even go beyond the middle class, and that is true. There are a number of initiatives that are being taken within this budget that also address other issues that go beyond Canada's middle class. And I'd like to focus on a couple of those, Mr. Speaker. One of them is dealing with Canada's children. We have the Canada Child Benefit Program, a program that will ultimately be enhanced and has been enhanced, Mr. Speaker, by seeing more money going towards children. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the biggest benefactors are going to be those children that are at the lower income strata, Mr. Speaker. So, for example, we will see literally thousands of children being lifted out of poverty as a direct result of this budget. We will see tax consideration, taxable income considerations being given as a part of the Child Canada Benefit Program. So are ultimately arguing if you're a multi-millionaire, you don't need the tax credit like a single parent who has 2 or 3 children and is finding it very difficult in order to make ends meet. I think Canadians would see that as a fair taxation policy. It's a great program, and as I said, Mr. Speaker, it will lift literally tens of thousands of children out of poverty. Another issue that is often talked about amongst my colleagues is the guaranteed income supplement. We know firsthand, Mr. Speaker, because shortly after the election, we get engaged with many different types of discussions. One of the discussions was the type of things that we would hear at the door from our senior population, Mr. Speaker, from those that are finding it very difficult in order to make ends meet. And I've made reference to it in the past, and I will continue to do it into the future, where you have seniors that are put into a position where they're having to decide on food versus medications, and far too often, Mr. Speaker, they put into jeopardy their health as a direct result of not having enough money. The substantial increase that we gave to the GIS will, in fact, make a difference for those, in particular, single seniors that will receive, in the worst conditions, in excess of $900 more a year. So if you're making $10,000, $12,000 a year, Mr. Speaker, that $900 is going to make a significant difference. To the degree, much like I talked about lifting children out of poverty, this will also be lifting seniors out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. So I bring up those 3 major points: the tax cuts to middle class, the helping hand, and addressing the issue of poverty, whether it's with our seniors, with our children. This is one of the reasons why I truly believe what we have before us is a very progressive budget that's taking us and moving Canada in a forward direction. Believing, Mr. Speaker, that redistribution of wealth is also going to be helping Canada's economy, because we believe that if you have a strengthened middle class and more money in the hands of those individuals that are spending the money, cultivating the economy, that in fact, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is we're giving more strength to Canada's economy. And that is something that is indeed warranted. Mr. Speaker, there is so much within the budget that one could actually talk about. We talk about the importance of health care, and I can make reference to the commitment that we have from this government in terms of not only dollars, but a Minister of Health that is working very diligently with our provincial and territories to try to get a new health care accord. And, Mr. Speaker, we might have to be patient. It's more important that we get it right. But for the first time, we have a government that is attempting to get a new health care accord. We can talk about the environment. We have a progressive government dealing with those environmental issues, and one can cite the Paris Agreement to the price on carbon as being a positive thing. Only the Conservative Party seems to be offside of all the political entities across the country. Only the Conservative Party here in Ottawa on that front, and I must say on a number of other fronts, Mr. Speaker. Now, we can talk about the infrastructure. You know, the record amounts of money that are being put into Canada's infrastructure, unlike the Conservatives that would talk about putting money into it but never really materialized on it. We have a government that has already, within 12 months of being in office, gotten hundreds of projects up and running in cooperation with the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces and our municipalities that have done a phenomenal job in getting those projects up and running, Mr. Speaker. We have a government that is committed to Canada's infrastructure in every region of our country. This is something in which, Mr. Speaker, I believe is being well received. The bottom line is it is a good news budget. There's good reason for all members of this House. If you support tax decreases to our industrial workers and our professionals, Mr. Speaker, that are getting those tax breaks, this is a budget you should seriously look at voting in favor of. And this budget this bill we're talking about helps implement that budget. If you're concerned about the issues such as poverty, this is a budget that you should be voting for. Mr. Speaker, the only real tangible criticism and consistent criticism that we get from the Conservative Party with respect to this budget is related to the issue of money or the issue of deficit, and I am anticipating that will likely be one of the questions that is asked. And to let the opposition know that we as a party, my time's already run out, well, hopefully I'll be able to continue on, Mr. Speaker, with that particular answer shortly.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Hébert.
It will be about frankness of politicians. You know, we have been elected under the platform, each one of us. People have the right to decide if we were on the right side, on the wrong side. And yes, we are Democrats and we do respect the democracy. But we also do respect the fact that we must be very frank to the people. Mr. Speaker, those gentlemen have been, and ladies, have been elected under a platform saying small deficit, $10 billion, but they table a budget with $30 billion deficit. Comment ça se fait qu'ils n'ont pas dit la vérité aux Canadiens?
How is it that they didn't tell Canadians the truth?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I somewhat anticipated that I might have gotten a question of that nature, and that's why in my concluding remarks I was just getting on to the issue of budget deficits and to assure Canadians very clearly that, you know, if you take a look at it from a historical perspective, that what you have seen is Liberal administrations cleaning up Conservative administrations on the issue of budgets. And the preoccupation that the Conservatives have on this is really unjustified. When you take a look at it, the Conservatives accumulated a total debt of over $150 billion, a record amount under Stephen Harper. Mr. Speaker, yes, there is a budget deficit. We told Canadians that there would be, in fact, a budget deficit. We believe it's time that we start investing in our infrastructure, investing in Canadians. And it's, at some point, as Liberals have done in the past, there will be a return to a balance, Mr. Speaker. But now is the time in which we should be investing in Canada's infrastructure and investing in Canadians, and that's what this budget is doing.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's so many things I could say, and I will say some of them about Bill C-29, which will also be debated at third reading. But I'm just wondering why this member got to speak first this morning. Is it because the Liberal Party decided to scrap Section 1, Clause 1, the short title, which reads Act Number 1 to implement the budget of 2016? Why does the government want to scrap the short title? Is there any valid reason for scrapping their own proposed short title, or is this just a political tactic? Is this just a way to run roughshod over the opposition's traditional right to speak first.
Mr. Speaker, this is the nice thing, and I can assure the member, when we take a look at the amendment that's being proposed, in most part, it is indeed about ensuring that there is a debate that does occur on at the report stage, and I would encourage, and we're kind of already into that debate, I would encourage other members to participate. You know, at the end of the day, I think that this is a responsible approach. There's always tactics on both sides of the House. I can assure the member of that that it's not just coming from one direction. This is in good part in response to oppositions and the concerns that might arise out of that. But the bottom line is that we've got a great day to be able to debate C-29 again. It's about the budget, the government priorities. I would encourage other members to speak. We've had plenty of time to date already to be able to speak on C-29, whether it's been in second reading or at the committee stage. You know, probably more debate time on this budget implementation bill, on many of the Conservative Harper budget implementations bills. So it's a pleasure for me to be able to stand and rise and put a few words on the record.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-29 at this stage, which is an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament a few months ago. Now, I'd like to start, Mr. Speaker, by setting the record straight for Canadians, to give Canadians an update of the situation when they decided to change governments. The government was facing an enviable financial situation. Canada, under the Conservatives, had a $2.9 billion surplus. Canada had the best GDP to debt to GDP ratio in the G7. We were the best. We had the best job creation record in the G7 as well. Canada had set itself apart from the others in the terrible financial crisis in 2008, 2009. That is the Conservative record. And that's the financial house that we left for the Liberals, and it's what the Liberals have taken over, and their measures are devastating for the economy. And that leads us to Bill C-29, which aims to implement measures outlined in the budget, and in our view, it's a very bad budget. Now, why is that? Mr. Speaker, for decades, Canadians took steps and made efforts under Paul Martin when he was Minister of Finance. He attacked the deficit. He was an excellent finance minister, but now we see the government putting us into the downward spiral of deficits again. We're going to be facing and we're not even facing the same economic crisis as we did in 2000 and 2009 when we were in charge. Now, what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that a deficit is a bill that we pass on to our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. They're going to be paying for the mismanagement by this government at present. And what's worse, Mr. Speaker? The party was elected barely a year and a half ago. They said, we're going to run a very small $10 billion deficit, and by year 4, we'll have a balanced budget. That's not today's reality. There's a $30 billion deficit. The Minister of Justice has said they will continue to spend $32 billion over the next 5 years, and the government can't even tell us when we'll get back to a balanced budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, there isn't a single entrepreneur, not even a family house manager of a family household, who would be able to keep their heads above water in a situation like this. And that's exactly what the government is putting us into. We're diving into this deficit. We're paddling to keep our heads above water. This is unprecedented, and it's unacceptable. It's liberal. Mr. Speaker, if at least they said, it's okay. We said a few things that were off the wall during the election campaign. The deficit's going to be 3 times higher, but in 5 years, we'll be able to balance the budget. Well, that would still be a bad thing, but at least we would have an idea of where we're going. But this government is short-sighted. It has no idea when Canada will be able to balance its budgets again and when we will eliminate the deficit. But I can assure Canadians of one thing, Mr. Speaker. The next balanced budget will be the one tabled by a Conservative government when Conservatives are elected 3 years from now. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the government boasted about cutting taxes for all Canadians, that all Canadians will benefit. It's extraordinary. But the reality is quite different, Mr. Speaker. With the measures being put forth by this government, 65% of Canadians, 65% will not see any reduction in the amount of taxes they have to pay. Who's benefiting the most from these tax cuts? People earning between $140,000 and $200,000 a year. Is that the middle class, Mr. Speaker? Someone earning that, Mr. Speaker? I'm not sure. And I'll expose my conflict of interest. I'm earning, what, $170,000 a year as a member of Parliament? More or less. And I'm not the middle class. The government keeps saying, we're going to be dealing with the middle class. 65% of people won't benefit from these cuts, and the people who will are the richest. People earning between $140,000 some odd $1,000 and $200,000 a year. So this budget 2016, will hinder economic growth. There's not much to help small and medium-sized businesses. For the Conservatives, we saw them as the ones creating jobs. We were doing everything to help them, except throw monkey wrenches into everything and hinder their development. But that's what the government's doing with this budget. The government is imposing a carbon tax. The government is imposing new fees for employers and employees, new under the CPP, and the government has failed to honor its promise to cut corporate taxes, which was at 10.5%. They were supposed to be bringing it down to 9.5%. Three strikes against our job creators, against wealth generators, and Mr. Speaker, that is why we are opposed to this bill and to this budget. Now, I'd like to draw the attention of the House to a very important aspect of this bill. The devil is in the details, as we often say, Mr. Speaker, and this is with respect to consumer protection. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, I want to salute the colleague from Joliette who did exceptional work that we expect to see done by a member of the opposition, and I want to congratulate him for that. Now, what happened? This is something that deals with the financial institutions and the banks. Let me give you the context. In 2012, the Conservative government enacted legislation to put in force measures with respect to the management of financial institutions. Part of that legislation was challenged in the courts, and in 2014, the Supreme Court of Canada brought down a decision on the Consumer Protection Act in Quebec. The act isn't constitutional. It needs to be changed. Now, we respect to the institutions, and so we are going to be complying with the Supreme Court decision. However, Mr. Speaker, the government has proposed in this new legislation measures that will unfortunately not respond to this decision by the Supreme Court. Now, we directly questioned them at committee with the Honourable Member for Joliette and others, a member for Rimouski. We questioned the senior officials who were in attendance. We looked for some specific answers to the questions to see exactly, or to ask precisely whether or not they were respecting the Supreme Court's decision. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I can't say that we were convinced with the answers. There are some flaws in the current legislation that's being put forth, Bill C-29, as regards consumer protection, especially in Quebec. But we're not alone in having these concerns. The National Assembly, the Quebec National Assembly, adopted a motion, Mr. Speaker, urging the government to stay the clauses of the bill, C-29, that deal with consumers. So, Mr. Speaker, if we want to enact legislation that complies with Supreme Court decisions, we need to speak to the people involved and affected, because clearly, it's crystal clear, in fact, that this bill will be challenged in court once it's enacted on that specific clause. because we're not the ones who are saying it, but also the National Assembly. And who's the National Assembly? Yes, they're opposition members, but also the Quebec provincial government. Yesterday, no, the day before yesterday, in fact, the Minister of Justice, the member who's from the other side of the river, the Minister of Justice for Quebec, said she was concerned by some of the clauses contained in C-29. There's still time for the government to pick up on the issue and to do what it needs to do, to call the Quebec Minister of Justice and say, what's the problem, what could we do to fix it? There's still time for that, and that's what a government that listens to the realities people are facing does, Mr. Speaker. Now, I would point out that in 2012, we enacted legislation. The decision was struck down. We are people who respect institutions, and we're planning to take measures to change this. Now, I don't want to insult any one here, but some humble lawyer from a small village isn't going to be challenging this. No, it's the entire Quebec government that's going to be challenging this clause. And so on that point, I'd like to invite the government to go back to the drawing board and fix it, to do its homework for the economy and for all of Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Gatineau.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from the Finance Committee, for his excellent remarks, but he talks about the legacy. Anemic growth is what we're seeing. We inherited a financial situation, they received a good situation from Minister Martin and Mr. Goodale when they were Ministers of Finance. There's a deficit in terms of housing, infrastructure, a social deficit, others. And now we're debating a plan for economic recovery. During the federal election, his party and the NDP said, at all costs, we must balance the budget. We must do that at all costs. Today, I'd like to invite my colleague opposite to tell this House what his plan is today to deal with the difficult economy we're facing, the drop in the price of oil, the social deficit, the infrastructure deficit. What's his plan? It's all fine and well for him to criticize, but what plan would he have to clean up and help out the Canadian economy? Now, before going to the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent, I'd like to remind members in this House today that other members who are in the House who are still elected cannot be mentioned. The Honourable Member mentioned two, and there is one who is still a sitting member of this House of Commons. Now, I know it's Friday and we're all eager to head off to our ridings for the weekend, but at any rate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to answer the question from my colleague opposite. Yes, it's easy for the opposition to criticize, perhaps, but we had a plan during the election campaign for the economy, and our government is the one that gave Canadians the best economic performance. We went through the worst crisis in recent history in 2008 and 9. The OECD pointed that out. That is why we left the fiscal house in order. A $2.9 billion surplus. We created the most jobs in the G7, the country with the best GDP, debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Now, why did we have to run some deficits? Well, because we faced some dire economic conditions, and we were the best. We did the best job, and we're very proud of that. The worst thing to do is to tax and impose additional charges and fees on our small and medium-sized businesses. It's not our approach, so we won't ever do that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to put a question to my colleague. I'd like to go back to a question put by the member for Gatineau who talked about the deficit. And this goes back to the remarks made by the member for Louis Saint-Laurent. But if I remember correctly, during the election campaign, what the Liberals had promised was to run a small deficit in order to invest in infrastructure. Now, what we are seeing is that the deficits are a lot higher, and everyone has acknowledged that not much has gone to infrastructure to date. So we're in a situation, or we're going to end up in a situation, where the government will have to deal with these contradictions and eventually immediately invest in infrastructure. And it's not by calling upon the private sector with an infrastructure bank that they're going to be able to honor the promises they made during the election campaign. So I'd like to hear the comments of my colleague from the Conservative Party on that. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have to remember that the NDP had the dignity and courage to put forth a platform that wasn't running a deficit, and I salute them for that, their point of view in that regard. Mr. Speaker, have you heard about did we hear about the infrastructure bank during the election campaign? No, that wasn't something that was included in the platform. But now it's a major player on the government's in the government's program. So this $15 billion that was supposed to be for infrastructure is going to be put into this bank to attract foreign investment, Mr. Speaker. Why? There's nothing that is preventing foreign companies, foreigners from investing in Canada. Nothing is preventing private partners from walking hand in hand with the Canadian government and working on infrastructure. We call that PPP Canada. It already exists. It works. The bridge between Windsor and the U.S. Is something that was under PPP Canada. So why did the government simply make something up, this infrastructure bank, that will also be detrimental to our small and medium-sized businesses?
De Joliette.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our amendments to Bill C-29 all seek to achieve the MEM objective, to have Quebec's rights respected, the rights of Quebec people. For people who are not aware, I would point out that we do excellent things in Quebec. Back in Quebec, consumers are the best protected in North America. And C-29 threatens that. Canadian banks have stated that consumer protection in Quebec is too beneficial for ordinary citizens. They count on their ally in Ottawa to exempt them from that. And we're seeing a new battle in this regard. Bill C-29 is a legislative and constitutional attack. This bill, this very large bill, the Trudeau government is amending the Banking Act to include some mysterious new consumer protection regime as regards finances. The objective of the new clause is clear. Ottawa wants to be above Quebec legislation. Officials stated that clearly at Parliamentary Committee. We have to go back to the early 2000s to understand what's currently at stake here. When they came back from vacation, consumers in Quebec saw the surprise that banks had set aside for them. They were going to be charged them additional fees without warning them ahead of time. And the Quebec legislation forbids that unless the contract stipulates a specific amount. After having attempted in vain to be reimbursed by their bank, consumers turned to the banking ombudsman, and nothing was done. So they used a recourse under the Consumer Protection Act and filed a class action suit in 2003. The issue went to the Supreme Court with the Marcotte decision in 2014. Following 11 years of dispute in the courts, banks were forced to reimburse $32 million to the people who they'd tried to take advantage of.
I'd now like to speak a little bit about the Marcotte decision, Mr. Speaker, because C-29 followed that. The decision indicates that even if the Bank Act deals with how they work, it doesn't cover their relationship with consumers. Federal law and Quebec law can both apply, thus. Ottawa's on how the banks function, and Quebec's law to protect consumers' rights. And now that leads us to Bill C-29. Now that the federal law will contain a little section called Consumer Protection Regime, banks can claim that the Federal Banking Act also covers consumer protection. And so the banks will have an argument that they can use before the courts to suggest that they don't have to respect Quebec's law. Nothing more, nothing less. Right now, consumers can speak to the Consumer Protection Office to make sure that their rights are respected. It's simple and it's effective. And because it's free, even those who are the most vulnerable can access that. And if that's not enough, they can put together class action suits and ask a judge to decide. All that will disappear. Now, they'll have to address the bank ombudsman, an employee who is officially neutral but who is appointed and paid by the banks. And the ombudsman can only make recommendations. There's no penalty or no fine. So all of the legal protections that Quebec's consumers have are going to disappear. Hidden fees, changes to fees or to services with a unilateral decision from the bank, the obligation to offer a contract in French, the complete banning of misleading advertising, the possibility of getting rid of an unfair contract. All that's going to disappear in favor of the banks. Rights are being replaced by just some simple promises from Bay Street. And they're saying, we're going to be nice, don't worry. The weight of justice is being replaced by an ombudsman who's named by the banks and who can't force the banks to do anything at all. This is serious. This is an attack against Quebec, and it's an attack against Quebecers. In English Canada, there's minimal protection for consumers when it comes to banks. Outside of Quebec, C29 isn't going to have a major impact, but it's going to have a terrible impact in Quebec. And so I'd like to speak now directly to the 40 Liberal MPs from Quebec. Instead of reading the French translation of a press release written in Toronto, defend the people from where you're from. Tell your colleagues that we have a good regime. Stop being tread upon by your colleagues. Yesterday, I got a response from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance in question period, and he said that the Marcotte decision required an answer from the federal government. That's ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, in the Marcotte decision, the banks are targeted, not the federal government. When the Minister of Finance mixes up the federal government and the banks, well, that shows there's a major problem. Now, I'm standing up for for everyday people, not the finance minister's friends on Bay Street. The government here is opening a breach, and we don't know where it's going to stop. Today, the banks are being put above the law by the federal government. Who tomorrow? Will cell phone providers ask for help from Ottawa so that they can raise fees without telling anyone? Will internet service providers ask for the same privileges? What about the airlines? Will we still be able to go after them for the cost of our flight if our flight is canceled? Mr. Speaker, the best consumer protections in North America are being eliminated, and the government is giving more powers to banks. Quebecers won't know which law is protecting them. And it's probably going to lead more Quebecers to abandon their banks and go to credit unions where they have better protections. I ask my colleagues to support my amendments that the NDP and the Conservatives already support, if I've understood correctly. Our goal is to represent everyday people, not powerful lobbyists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I've sat with him on the Finance Committee studying these changes to the Banking Act. I think that my colleague is going a little bit too far. There's nothing in here that is going to take away anything from consumer protection in any area from Quebecers. This is a change that respects the Supreme Court decision, which requires that the Government of Canada amend its Banking Act to put in place a well-thought-out process that meets the needs of the public and consumers when it comes to national financial institutions. So my question for my colleague is, what does he suggest that the Government of Canada do when it's been asked by the Supreme Court of Canada As my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent said, we have to do what is asked of us by the courts. So I'd ask my colleague, what should the Government of Canada do about the Marcotte decision? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I profoundly disagree with my colleague's words when he says that consumers aren't going to lose out here. What we find in C-29 and what it does to consumer protection, well, it means that there's going to be a federal consumer protection law which will take precedence over Quebec's consumer protection laws, and Quebec's laws are much stronger and go much further, so they'll no longer apply. So what this means is it's taking banks out of Quebec's consumer protection law. 112 pages and 400 pages of regulations. It's a good law. It's civil law. It's applied for 400 years. Even the federal government recognizes that in Quebec. But now this law will take the banks out of that jurisdiction, and so consumers will no longer be defended by that law. So it's a major step backwards. What the government should do is accept our amendments to C-29 to ensure that the Consumer Protection Act applies to the banking sector in Quebec. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. First of all, I'd like to congratulate him for all his work, but my question refers to the comments that we heard from our Liberal colleague. It seems that the National Assembly unanimously asked the federal government to change its position on this issue. So when I hear him say that this is, well, not such a big problem, I get the impression that the member from Gatineau is telling the MNAs in Quebec City that they have no judgment and that they don't know what's good for the people of Quebec. I'd like to hear your opinion on what our colleague from Gatineau just said. Before we go to the member for Joliette, I would like to remind all members in the House that they have the right to go across the way and speak to each other. They don't have to speak to each other from across the way. And it can be tricky for the speaker to hear what the honourable members are saying. So the honourable member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Richmond, Arthabaska for his question. And yes, when my other colleague said that I'm going too far, well, no. This goes very, very far, and that's why there was a unanimous motion in the National Assembly of Quebec, supported by all the ministers there. The last time there was something like this, we went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that the Consumer Protection Act needs to stay in place in Quebec. The Federal Banking Act is federal, yes, but we need to maintain Quebec's Consumer Protection Act. And so now the federal government is trying to pull the wool over our eyes with a huge bill, over 200 articles and sections. And now, so they're trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the people of Quebec, and the National Assembly, all parties there, and the opposition parties here agree and are putting pressure on the government to say, no, don't do this. Stop defending the banks against consumers. Start defending everyday people, consumers, against the banks who are asking a little bit too much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So many questions and so few answers here. But we don't... I'm hoping I'll get more answers from the government after my comments, but I find it very disappointing with all the expectations that we got from this government in the election campaign that we're so far from seeing those promises fulfilled. And the high expectations that people had, well, they're not being met. Today we're looking at Bill C-29, which is a bill which will implement the budget, but the government says that this is a bill that continues to help the middle class. Well, they've never defined that. Never. And when they talk about middle class tax cuts, well, if we look at different income statistics, they're saying that they're going to take money from the 1% to give it to the 9% while leaving about 80% of the population behind. That's what's actually happening here. It's the same with the Canada Child Benefit, where they say that they have a program that's going to benefit all Canadians and so many more people, and for 4 years we're not going to tax them. So it comes back basically to what they had before. So this is problematic. What's also problematic is the things that weren't said in the election campaign. And I'll come back again to the infrastructure issue because I find that it's central to the lack of honesty from this government when it comes to economic issues. Yes, the government talked in the election campaign about the possibility of creating an infrastructure bank, but they never said how it was going to work. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that if I look at my colleagues here in their ridings, what was understood and the idea that was pushed by the Liberal candidates in those ridings was that, listen, we're going to have an infrastructure bank, and we're going to put money in that, and we'll be able to loan you money at low cost to help you keep your promises. That's exactly what Liberal candidates said in the election campaign. And now, what do we see? Well, we see a sort of a monster infrastructure bank where $15 billion that had been promised to communities and small communities, money that they could have used, well, that money's being put in a big bank so that they can try to attract private capital into this infrastructure bank. And so the government has been trying to make us believe that this was their promise from the beginning, that this was what they promised to Canadians, and that this was going to be able to finance the whole infrastructure deficit. So now we're going to have this infrastructure bank with $200 billion of capital, 80% of the controls coming from the private sector. Now, the government, I don't know if they are trying to pull the wool over eyes or if they're sincere in this belief, but when 80% of the capital comes from the sector, the private sector, they seem to think they're still going to have power to decide where that money is going to be used. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's clearly a paradox here because, yes, there are programs that have been proposed by the government. For example, green infrastructure, public transit infrastructure, social infrastructure, although they've never really defined what social infrastructure is. $80 billion over the next 10 years, and on top of that, there's this bank that the Minister of Finance says he wants to put in place as soon as next year because it's really urgent. We really need to fix the infrastructure deficit as soon as next year. We understand that there's an infrastructure deficit and that there's urgency. You know, we also talk to the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. But if it's so urgent to have an infrastructure bank to start investing, why are 2/3 of the new investment that were announced in the economic update going to be applied in, well, 2 election cycles later? In 2022, 2023, 2/3 of the money that's been promised isn't going to come out until then. Only 1/3 will be given before that. But they're saying, oh, it's so urgent that we create this infrastructure bank now. The government, in the election campaign, never told Canadians that there were going to be user fees and tolls. The only time that the Liberals talked about tolls was when they said that there weren't going to be any on the Champlain Bridge. They didn't mention any of the other tolls that were going to be coming afterwards. And it's clear that this is the only way that the private sector is going to invest in this infrastructure bank and get a return, is if there's tolls and user fees. Because returns, that's not money that's going to fall from heaven. And if there's going to be any returns, it's going to come from fees that are going to be charged to Canadians who already paid for the infrastructure with their own tax money. So when we hear the government say, we're going to fix the infrastructure problem, well, about half of their program is coming from the private sector, and they seem to think that they're going to be able to decide what happens with the private sector money. Well, the private sector is going to want returns of 7 to 9%. What we've heard from all kinds of investors is that it's very difficult for them to imagine investing in projects of less than $100 million or even $500 million. And there are no projects in my riding that are worth that much, $100 million, apart from maybe Highway 20. But think about Highway 20. Do you think that Bay Street or Wall Street investors or investors from China or Australia who've participated in the meetings organized by the government. Well, do you really think that these people are going to be invested in putting a toll booth in Rimouski when they could invest their money in Montreal or Toronto or Vancouver, where the density is higher and where they're going to get more return on their investment? Well, no. So what we have here from the government is sort of a facade that's being presented to Canadians. They're saying, look, we're doing what we promised in the election campaign, but none of this was promised. Yes, they said they were going to deal with the infrastructure deficit and put money into it. And yes, money has been put into that. And yes, when it comes to different funds for green infrastructure and public transit, well, you know, we can't disagree with that because we also called for the same thing. But they clearly never said that there was going to be this participation from the private sector or that this infrastructure bank would be financed 80% by the private sector. They never said that we were going to be dealing with pension funds and other private investment funds from Canada and from elsewhere around the world. They never promised that they were going to consider privatizing airports or consider privatizing our ports. Listen, whereas the Canadian government asked Credit Suisse for a study on privatizing airports, if we should privatize our airports here in Canada. They asked Morgan Stanley if we should privatize 18 ports in Canada, our 18 port authorities. Where was that Liberal promise in the election campaign? And they're asking two investment firms, less than 10 years after the Wall Street crisis, and at least one of the two firms was involved in that crisis, they're asking them to tell us what we should privatize. Ports that these funds could invest in. And Morgan Stanley has already bought into the Port of Montreal, and some people will remember that. So the Liberal members don't seem to see that there's maybe the possibility of a conflict of interest when we ask investment firms that could invest in these projects to advise the government on privatizing key Canadian infrastructure. And they didn't say a word about this in the election campaign. Well, this isn't a minor decision. We're talking about major, drastic changes here in the country's economic direction. And they're saying we should just close our eyes and let them go ahead and do it. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't see a big difference between the way the Liberals are governing the country and the way the Conservatives govern the country. At least the Conservatives were clear. They said they wanted to do this, and they did it. We didn't agree with them, but at least they said they were going to do it. With the Liberals, they're saying, we want to do so much to help the middle class and all Canadians. But behind all that, they're working with Wall Street, they're working with Bay Street, and they're divvying up Canada's infrastructure for those private interests. They're looking at selling off key infrastructure like ports and airports. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, we don't want to start sounding the alarm when these announcements are made. We know right now, and all you have to do is do a quick scan of the media, if you don't believe me, that Credit Suisse and Morgan Stanley were contracted by the government to make recommendations on privatization. It's clear that the Liberals are only telling us half-truths when it comes to their infrastructure and economic plans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member will have 5 minutes after question period. For questions and answers, we will now pass to statements by members. The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, you can say what you will, the banks are in business with the Minister of High Finance. Tax havens and tax avoidance, they don't want to deal with that because that might hurt their good buddies on Bay Street. Weakening the authority of the financial markets with their real estate market, well, is that good for the for Bay Street? All right, let's do it. And if the banks want to get out of Quebec's Consumer Protection Act because they don't like having to be accountable to everyday people, well, the Minister of High Finance, well, he can get that done too. We know that not everyone can afford a $1,500 cocktail to meet with the Prime Minister or the Minister of High Finance, but at some point, the government's going to have to leave its friends behind and start working for everyday Canadians.
Saint-Maurice Champlain.
The honourable member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to congratulate the Shawinigan Chamber of Commerce and Industry on winning the Economic Development Prize, awarded November 23rd by the Quebec Federation of Chambers of Commerce, with its over 140 member chambers of commerce. I'd like to commend the work of the entire team of the Shawinigan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, as well as the involvement of over 600 business people from Shawinigan and the surrounding area. As a resident of Shawinigan, once known as the World Electricity Capital, I know how this honor also highlights the major economic transition Shawinigan has embarked upon on account of the multiple challenges arising from the end of the industrial era. Thanks to the steps taken by local stakeholders, including the Chamber of Commerce, I'm proud to tell Canadians today that Shawinigan is back as a leader in all things entrepreneurial and digital, fields that are resolutely forward-looking. Long live the Morrissey region, Mr. Speaker.
Every year, Mr. Speaker, the Royal Canadian Legion conducts the Poppy Campaign to raise funds for veterans and their families, and most Canadians give generously. But it's disappointing to know that there are those who disregard what the Poppy stands for and our veterans by stealing Poppy boxes. So I rise today to recognize an important initiative in my riding. In response to some thefts last year, Dan Croffett from Cochrane designed a new anti-theft Poppy box. 50 prototypes were created with support from the Cochrane Legion, the Cochrane Chamber of Commerce, Alex Baum of Cochrane Toyota, Garney Baker of EGB Manufacturing, and John Cornish, retired Calgary Stampeder star. These new boxes were placed in high-traffic areas as they garner more donations and are more at risk to thefts. So I'm pleased to say that the donations collected in Cochrane this year have surpassed last year's record totals, as when donors felt the funds were safe, they contributed more. So congratulations on a job well done, and I hope to see this initiative rolled out nationally next year.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to take the floor today to congratulate two of my constituents, residents of Whitby, whose contributions were recently recognized by the Governor General.
A teacher at Brooklyn High School was awarded the Governor General History Award for Excellence in Teaching. She was recognized for her outstanding work in educating and engaging her students on the history, culture, and challenges of the Indigenous people in Canada. Whitby Police Officer Constable Christopher Bullard received the Medal of Bravery from the Governor General for selfless actions he took to rescue a driver engulfed in flames.
Ms. Richards and Constable Bolland are outstanding ambassadors for our community, and their accomplishments contribute to making Whitby a better community. I congratulate them both.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Kisakukut, Mr. Speaker. At the center of the majestic Purcell Mountains in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia is Gatmuk, the Jumbo Valley birthplace of the grizzly bear spirit and the traditional land of the Ktunaxa First Nation. This area is also part of an ecologically significant wildlife corridor and the site of the proposed Jumbo Glacier ski resort. For nearly 25 years, thousands of Kootenay, Columbia residents have been battling alongside the Ktunaxa Nation to preserve Gatmuk and to keep Jumbo wild. That fight came to Ottawa this week with the help of WildSight and Patagonia in the screening of the documentary film Jumbo Wild at the Museum of Nature, and by the Ktunaxa's challenge in the Supreme Court of Canada to have their Aboriginal spiritual practices and beliefs legally recognized. Today, I would like to celebrate in this House the efforts of the Ktunaxa and all of the residents of Kootenay, Columbia, who fight to preserve our wild and spiritual spaces. Your efforts are very much appreciated.
For Burnaby North Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, it is a great privilege to rise today and acknowledge the achievements of the Honourable Justice Malcolm Rowe and our shared experience with the Action Canada program. If founding CEO Kathy Bien were here in the House today, she would tell you that Action Canada is a year-long fellowship program that has had a monumental impact on our country since its founding in 2002. I myself was a fellow in 2010, and at the time was assigned two remarkable advisors. The first was Bob Folks, a man who helped get me back into political service, and the second was Malcolm Rowe, who recently became the first Supreme Court Justice to hail from Newfoundland and Labrador. His contribution to both Canada and Action Canada has not only shaped who he is as a person, but also who we are as a nation. Justice Rowe will be officially welcomed to the court in a ceremony this afternoon, and I would invite everyone to join me in congratulating him on his appointment to the Supreme Court of Canada.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, every year in December, we start to feel the excitement approaching with the holidays. We see Christmas decorations, there are Christmas parties, and we do our Christmas shopping, but at the same time, there are a lot of Canadians who get stressed out at this time of year. They may have lost their job, they may be poor, they may be alone. I'd like to pay tribute to all those people today, all the people who get involved to help these people through these difficult times. In my riding, a number of people and organizations distribute Christmas baskets. They organize events and receptions for the poor. Without naming them all off, I can certainly say that we all would like to thank them for their generosity, for these generous elves who get involved without counting the time they put into it and who provide a little happiness to everyone during this time of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, amid the excitement and anticipation of the Christmas season, there are some very kind souls who lift the spirits of those who are less fortunate. Today I wish to recognize Father Stephen Allen, Kenny Zakem, Don Wright, and their team of volunteers. 12 years ago, they founded Santa's Angels in Charlottetown, a dedicated group who work tirelessly each Christmas to deliver food and gifts, along with a visit from Santa to those in need. Last Christmas, 77 of Santa's Angels visited 218 homes, helping an estimated 1,000 adults and children. These volunteers take time out of their own Christmas morning, with Santa's visits beginning as early as 7 a.m., to create a magical and memorable surprise for those who may not have been able to have a Christmas celebration on their own. I know I speak for this entire House when I send out a sincere thank you to Santa's Angels and all of the other local charities that spread joy to our most vulnerable citizens. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I will be taking part tomorrow evening in the traditional Santa Claus Parade in Old Aylmer. This time I'll be accompanied by 50 young people who are part of the Youth Council of Hull-Aylmer.
Celebration of the holiday season, as well as a time to recognize community organizations in the Outaouais. 30,000 people, Mr. Speaker, attend this festive parade each year. De plus,
in addition, on Sunday, all across the Outaouais, volunteer teams will be signing cards, and they will make sure that our community truly comes alive during the holidays. So I would invite you, Mr. Speaker, and all my honourable colleagues here in the House, to join with me tomorrow evening or Sunday morning to underscore the holiday season in Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I was disappointed to see the Liberals have chosen to attack policies that are in fact working for Canadians. Saskatchewan is being targeted by the Liberals for implementing legislation that is helping to lower wait times for MRIs. Threatening Saskatchewan's funding for offering a solution that allows for speedier MRIs at no cost to the people of Saskatchewan is irresponsible. This policy doesn't cost taxpayers anything, while the Liberals continue to raise taxes on families, hardworking Canadians, businesses, and now even doctors. The Liberals need to stop threatening provinces, stop spending money on programs that are not benefiting Canadians, and stop raising taxes. This government needs to get the priorities straight and start working for all Canadians. Wait times for detox treatment are at an all-time high, and Canadians are dying every single day, yet this is still not a priority for this Liberal government. The minister needs to work with provinces, territories, and doctors to improve wait times and health care instead of picking fights with those who provide services and those who pay for it.
The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Seva Food Bank is a local Mississauga organization that was born out of Sikhs serving Canada in 2010. Since then, Seva has been serving over 700 families a month. Last November, Seva Food Bank came together with the producers of CJMR 1320 AM radio station to mark the birthday of Guru Nanak and hold their 6th annual radiothon and food drive. The Prime Minister chimed in with a message to support this great initiative. I'm happy to report that the drive was a tremendous success, raising over $115,000 in pledges and 22,000 pounds of food. I want to congratulate the 200 volunteers, radio producers, over 20 South Asian grocery stores and gurdwaras who participated in this remarkable drive. Their effort will make a difference in the lives of our fellow neighbors. I also want to thank the staff and board members of SEVA. This is the type of organization that I hope to see out of business soon, but until then, our community is immensely grateful for all that they do.
Bravo. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, this week on Parliament Hill, the Boys Club Network, through its heart-wrenching play Man Up, invited parliamentarians to recognize that in Canada, we're losing our boys. We're losing our boys because far too many lack a positive role model and, as such, a sense of belonging. The brainchild of Walter Mustapich, Jim Crescenza, together with Laura Newbert, created the Boys Club Network. It's touched 22,000 boys, boys at risk, boys who may have committed a crime, boys who've been to jail, boys who otherwise would cost the taxpayer millions of dollars and yet have grown in to fine young men. As parliamentarians, it's our job to advocate for all. When we support our boys, we support the ability of men to stand strong on their own and our society to stand strong together. I am proud to be in this Boys Club, and I invite each and every one of you to look into the Boys Club Network in your communities for your boys and for the men they will become. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have a constitutional right to trade with fellow Canadians. One only needs to look at Section 121 of our Constitution. All articles of the growth, produce, or manufacture of any one of the provinces shall, from and after the Union, be admitted free into each of the other provinces. It's a rather simple but powerful statement that the Fathers of Confederation sought to make Canada not just a political union, Mr. Speaker, but an economic one. A court decision in 1921 narrowed its application, and ever since, Canadians have suffered ever-increasing barriers to trade. This week, the province of New Brunswick announced it will be seeking leave to the Supreme Court of Canada to hear the case of Mr. Comeau. In their statement, the government of New Brunswick said, and I quote, "The implications of this decision are far greater than simply addressing the purchase of alcohol. It concerns issues of interprovincial trade with significant consequences. I applaud this decision by the province of New Brunswick, as the Supreme Court is best situated to hear, study, and rule on such an important constitutional issue. And it is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada will support this decision by the province of New Brunswick and support this important constitutional right." Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Nova.
Tomorrow at my alma mater, St. FX University in Antigonish, Nova Scotia, 1,000 students will be initiated into Atlantic Canada's own Fellowship of the Ring. Like Gollum, they're waiting to get their hands on their precious to signify the completion of their undergrad career and to celebrate the Xaverian community. Now, when the member of St. John South Mount Pearl from Canada AM on the TV spoke at my own X-Ring ceremony a decade ago, I was inspired by the infinite wisdom he imbued on the developing minds before him. Now, it seems as though the X-Ring has become a bit of an express pass to Parliament when I see that this chamber hosts no less than 8 rings, including that of our beloved Speaker of the House. However, my career is yet to be as distinguished as many other alumni, who include former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, former Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Alan J. McEachen, former Premier of New Brunswick and U.S. Ambassador Frank McKenna, novelist Alistair MacLeod, and Celtic musician John Allen Cameron. The thread that binds these exceptional folks together is none other than St. FX. A proud alumnus, I'm excited for 1,000 more ring bearers to be welcomed into the fellowship tomorrow. Congratulations to the class of 2017. Go X, go.
The honourable member for Muskeneechet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, the 29th edition of the World Cheese Awards happened recently in Spain. This is a major cheese competition because over 3,000 cheeses from 31 countries are in the competition, and there are hundreds of experts. Despite the tough competition, a cheese producer from Témiscouata won second prize in their category. But that's no surprise for those who already know this cheese. They've already won many awards. And other cheeses from my riding have also won awards. There's also the excellent Grey Owl, which has won prizes, and you can get that in the Byward Market right here in Ottawa. All my congratulations to the winners and owners of this cheese producer and their entire team. This is part of the wealth of Témiscouata, the lower St. Lawrence, and the whole surrounding area. Thank you very much.
George. Mr. Speaker, in the Caribou, we say what we mean, and we mean what we say. And we expect if you say something, you better be prepared to back it up. I rise today to share with you an email from one of my constituents. Mr. Clark wrote, as a father of 3 girls, one of whom who was sexually assaulted, I was first saddened, then angry with the fact that our Prime Minister felt 1 month was a good sentence for a 50-year-old man that sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl. How can a man that promotes women's equality allow this to happen? How can a leader that should be protecting children and young women allow this to happen? His answer was disgraceful, and for the first time in my life, I was ashamed to be a Canadian and of our laws. When an Ontario court struck down the mandatory minimum sentence of a 50-year-old man who sexually assaulted a 15-year-old, the Prime Minister's cowardly and spinelessly refused to stand up for the victim. This is unacceptable. This is shameful. I challenge the Prime Minister to call Mr. Clark's daughter and explain himself. I'll set up the call.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the award-winning Christkindl Market in Kitchener. This market is based on the centuries-old German tradition of Christmas markets, a tradition which dates back to 1310. Christkindl Market showcases our local craftspeople and artists and acts as an opportunity for our community to come together in the celebration of the season. There's something for everyone to enjoy, from live music and shopping to a parade and freshly prepared food. Thank you to the organizers, sponsors, officials, and volunteers who have once again come together to put on a world-class event. The market runs until Sunday evening, and I would like to invite all my colleagues, and indeed all Canadians, to come to Kitchener this weekend and experience our Christkindl Market in person. Fröhliche Weihnachten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, another day and yet another secret cash for access fundraiser with the Prime Minister and his billionaire friends. We've now learned that just weeks ago the Prime Minister wined and dined over 80 well-connected, wealthy individuals who would stand to do very well if more Chinese investment comes to Canada. These insiders paid $1,500 each to tell the Prime Minister precisely what it was that they needed to make even more money. And you know what? The Prime Minister listened to their wish list. Will the Liberals release the names of who was at this fundraiser, and exactly which government files did the Prime Minister discuss?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to be very clear. We have some of the strictest rules around fundraising of any level of government, and our party respects those rules. The Chief Electoral Officer stated that Canada's political finances laws are, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the most advanced and constrained and transparent in the world. In regards to ticketed fundraising events, he confirmed that every party, that's every party, in every campaign, do them, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Liberals don't want to answer the question, so let me help them. This fundraiser was hosted by a BC developer who admitted that he lobbied the Prime Minister to make it easier for rich investors from China to come to Canada. A stunning admission that the Prime Minister is discussing government business at these Liberal Cash for Access fundraisers. It seems that the Prime Minister is being bought. What is the Prime Minister waiting for in order to stop these unethical Cash for Access fundraisers? A knock on the door from the RCMP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite and Canadians have nothing to fear. We are operating from within the rules. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we recognize that we have the strictest rules around fundraising of any level of government, and our party respects those rules. In regards to ticketed fundraising events, the Chief Electoral Officer himself confirmed that every party, including the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, every campaign have the same sorts of events.
The Honourable Opposition Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this government is failing Canadians more and more each and every day, whether it's these unethical cash for access fundraisers, whether it's insulting Canadians on electoral reform, or when it's on the economic policy. Today's job numbers are out, Mr. Speaker, and they are devastating. Still not one new full-time job created and more full-time jobs lost. When will the Liberals take a hard look in the mirror, press the reset button, and start doing something in the interests of Canadians instead of their own interests?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. And Social Development.
Behind the honourable member, we have taken bold action to strengthen the economy through historic infrastructure investments and support for families. This is the right time to invest and stimulate growth for the middle class. I would remind the honourable member that employment in the last month increased by 10,700, over 180,000 jobs in the last year. The unemployment rate has also decreased to 6.8%. Good news for our economy. And, Mr. Speaker, be assured that our government's plan is to put people first and ensure that Canadians have access to good, well-paying jobs of tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the only way that the Liberals came up with for creating wealth in the country is by taxing citizens, and we know that that doesn't work. Taxes don't make people wealthier; it makes them poorer. We learned yesterday that in the news that new Liberal tax measures were going to cause an exodus of doctors. Thousands of doctors were going to leave and go to the United States. Will the Minister of Finance stop attacking our healthcare system? That's worrisome. Will he stop siphoning money off taxpayers in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. I'm happy to answer the question, Mr. Speaker. We are the government that cut taxes for the middle class. I'd like to remind Canadian citizens watching that the opposition voted against those measures. To come back to the question of doctors, it's very clear this government was elected on tax equity. Everyone must pay their fair share, whether it to be lawyers, doctors, accountants. For all small business created, there will be a tax deduction, a corporate tax deduction. One company, one deduction. Canadians understand that fully well. That's exactly what we're doing for the middle class, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. I'm eager to see if they're going to repeat the same thing that they've been saying once we've given the figures that just came out this morning. The record for the first year, 30,000 full-time jobs, fewer full-time jobs than in the past. The government hasn't even been in a position to create a single new full-time job over the past year. The Liberals are racking up billions of dollars in debt and for our children and our grandchildren, taxing Canadian families. It doesn't work. We're headed for disaster. When will the minister finally listen to people and give Canadian taxpayers a break?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Member for the question, and I think he will agree Canada needs to make smart decisions and sound investments today to ensure that Canadians have access to good, well-paying jobs tomorrow. We're moving ahead with making those necessary investments that will grow our economy. As the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has said many times in the House, we've lowered taxes for 9 million Canadians. We've introduced the Canadian Child Benefit. 9 out of 10 families will benefit. We've improved unemployment insurance. We are increasing our investments in skills and trainings. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on its plan to strengthen the middle class and improve growth to help the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, let's do a recap. The Liberals got elected promising to change the voting system. The Prime Minister repeated the promise in his victory speech on election night, and as recently as 2 days ago, the Liberal government put together a process that included asking the committee to study, quote, viable alternative voting systems. The committee did this and proposed a path toward proportional representation. But instead of moving forward on their commitment, this Liberal government responded with insults. Our question is, why?
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Speaker, it's a great privilege to be here on this Algonquin territory with my colleagues. I'd like to take the moment, Mr. Speaker, to address something. Yesterday in this House, I used words that I deeply regret. And if you'll allow me, I'd like to sincerely apologize to the members of this House, to Canadians, and to the members of this special all-party committee on electoral reform. In no way did I intend to imply that they didn't work hard, that they didn't put in the long hours, that they didn't focus on the task at hand. Mr. Speaker, I thank them for their work.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But that doesn't answer the fundamental question, because the Liberals made a commitment that the election of 2015 would be the last one under the current system. We know that some of the Prime Minister's promises were just hot air, but not that one. That promise was crystal clear and precise. The committee spent $1 million to hear from Canadians and experts across the country. Yesterday, the government launched an all-out attack on the committee, unfortunately. Why is the government denigrating and insulting the committee and the hard work of the committee members, including Liberal members?
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Allow me to take this opportunity to apologize again for the words that I used yesterday. I thank all members of this House for their hard work, especially the members of the Special All-Party Committee, and I encourage all members to read the report.
The
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On other irresponsible comments, yesterday the Minister of Natural Resources suggested that the government would turn to the police and the army to contain manifestations against the Kinder Morgan pipeline. Instead of acting in a constructive nation-to-nation manner with Aboriginal communities, the minister threatened to call in government forces, and that's shameful. How can the government defend the minister and those irresponsible and even dangerous comments?
Transport.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Of course, we all know that the right to protest is part of our democracy in Canada, and we respect that. That was in our platform last year. A lawful protest is allowed. We know that many Canadians have very strong feelings about certain issues, and they're entitled to demonstrate. And we know that Canadians will do so in a lawful manner.
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Natural Resources still suggested that the Liberal government is prepared to use police and defence forces to counter protests against the Kinder Morgan pipeline. What reckless, irresponsible and incendiary language from the Minister, and only 2 days since they approved this pipeline. My question is to the Minister of Defence. Will he remind his colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, that if he's truly concerned about the rule of law, he should know that in this country, the federal government has no such authority to use our military against pipeline protests.
L'Honorable Ministre du Transport.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, one of the cornerstones of our democracy, our Canadian democracy, and we're very proud of it, is the right to protest peacefully. In fact, as I mentioned, we had this in our platform, specifically in the last election last year. We will always respect the right of Canadians to protest when they don't agree with something. They have the right to do it. They feel strongly about it, and we know and we're confident that they will do so peacefully. Thank you, sir.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Special Committee on Electoral Reform conducted an online survey that received over 20,000 responses. It asked specific questions about what Canadians want in their voting system. Next week, the Minister launches the mydemocracy.ca website, asking questions about values relating to electoral reform that are so vague they read like a Myers-Briggs personalities test. So instead of asking about people's feelings, the government could use the questions the committee used. And indeed, the committee has asked the government to do so. Now, the site has not gone live. The minister could respond positively to this question. Will she change the survey? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Allow me to respond positively to this question by offering my sincere apologies to the member for my comments yesterday. Mr. Speaker, we are looking forward to connecting with as many Canadians as possible through a new online and telephone initiative that will ensure that we hear from as many Canadians as possible before we present this House with our recommendations on electoral reform.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, the minister says the special committee was irresponsible, didn't do its work because it didn't provide adequate. It didn't provide a specific response. Then the minister says, I'm going to refuse to ask specific questions. I think everybody can see the obvious, outrageous double standard at work here. And here's the double standard they've got. The minister talks about the disenfranchised, those who can't participate in the process. She's reaching out to them. All they have to do is take their iPhone and respond to her online survey, right? So, I mean, the rampant, outrageous hypocrisy here is just unbelievable. Here's the question. There are some specific questions. The committee asked her to ask them. Will she do so?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Member for another opportunity to talk about the new digital initiative we'll be launching next week. And he's right. As of next week, mydemocracy.ca will allow Canadians to have a conversation about their democracy. And something that the Special Committee's report did highlight was the importance of engaging Canadians further and a recognition that while there's no perfect electoral system, the conversation with Canadians needs to take place through a value-based approach. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, and we're looking to hearing from as many Canadians as possible before we present our recommendations to this House.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Democratic Institutions insulted the thousands of Canadians who participated in the work of the Committee on Electoral Reform when she questioned the committee's work by saying, "We asked the committee to answer very difficult questions for us. They did not do that." Or is it, Mr. Speaker, simply that the committee didn't answer the way she wanted them to? Now, we appreciate the apology, Mr. Speaker, but if the minister really wants to make this right, will she take the committee's recommendations seriously and offer a referendum?
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Thank the Honourable Member for accepting my apology. I certainly feel better. But, Mr. Speaker, what I also recognize is how passionate the member opposite is about a referendum. I encourage all members of this House to read the report. I encourage all Canadians to go online beginning next week and become engaged and empowered about their democracy.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, not only do the vast majority of Canadians expect a referendum, but according to a recent poll, it turns out that even 74% of Liberal supporters want one too. Instead, the government is talking about a postcard and a website. Now, let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, there is no other form of citizen engagement that's a replacement for a referendum. Certainly not a postcard or a website or telephone calls. If the minister is actually serious about listening to each and every Canadian and actually serious about the apology she's made, will she commit to taking the recommendation seriously and offering Canadians a referendum?
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
As I said yesterday in the House, there are concrete recommendations in the report that the committee presented to us, like the need for greater engagement of all Canadians in the conversation on electoral reform. This past summer, members of this House held conversations in their ridings. My parliamentary secretary and I travelled the country, as did the Committee on Electoral Reform. Next week, we'll launch an online initiative that Canadians can also access through the telephone. We'd like to hear about their thoughts on the values that they'd like at the heart of their democracy.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Better is to ask Canadians where they stand about electoral reform, and let's call a referendum. Monsieur le Président, quand on...
Mr. Speaker, when we are in a democracy, we aren't afraid of what citizens want, what they think. When we're democratic and we're sure of our position, we're confident that we will have the confidence of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why is the government refusing to ask Canadians what they think? Why is the government refusing to hold a referendum on election reform?
Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Member opposite and I agree. We need to hear from as many Canadians as possible before we move forward on legislation on electoral reform. And Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're going to do. Starting next week, Canadians will have an opportunity to not just have a say, but to learn more about their democracy. We want to hear from them the values they'd like shaping their electoral system, and we're looking forward to hearing from as many Canadians as possible before we introduce legislation in this House.
Honourable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's not because the Minister doesn't agree with the conclusions of the report prepared that she should shelve it. Thousands of Canadians were heard during those consultations. From sea to sea, the Conservative Party received more than 80,000 letters that were sent into us to say hold a referendum. 80% of people said we need a referendum. The best way to be on a solid footing for electoral reform is to hold a referendum. Will the government do what Canadians want? Will the Canadians hold a referendum, yes or no?
For Democratic Institutions.
Members of this House who hosted town halls in their ridings, I'd like to thank my parliamentary secretary for his continued work on this effort, and I'd like to thank the members of the special committee who've travelled far and wide and the Canadians who have taken part. Mr. Speaker, there are 15 million households in this country who will receive an invitation in the mail starting next week. Some have already begun to, inviting them to be part of this conversation so that before we make any final recommendations on electoral reform, we've ensured that we have heard from as many Canadians as possible. We're going to do that, Mr. Speaker, and we're looking forward to doing something that's not been done before.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the government promised to fix the Phoenix pay system by October 31st, but over a month later, people in my riding of Essex are still going without a paycheck. People are afraid that missed paychecks will lead to missed mortgage payments, which will cause people to lose their homes. Phoenix has been a train wreck, a national disgrace, causing undue stress and anxiety for tens of thousands of Canadians. When will the government finally fix this shameful mess?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no question that the ongoing pay problems are unacceptable, and our sole focus is on doing what we need to do to ensure that the people who have earned their salary get every dollar of it. We are working hard. We continue to do so. We've put a number of measures in place, and Phoenix is our priority, and that's what we will do.
The Honourable Member for Musqueam-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the figures came out this morning that the Liberal economic plan isn't working. The economy is unstable. We've lost some 8,000 jobs last month. Since the Liberals took office, some more than 30,000 have been lost. In the manufacturing sector, 12,000 jobs lost. And since the Liberals took power, 50,000. Among young people between the ages of 15 and 24, 40,000 jobs were lost last month alone. Can the Minister of Finance tell Canadians that what they will do to adapt to this new situation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank him for this opportunity to remind colleagues that we know the measures put forth by the government have created more than $140,000 over the past year, Mr. Speaker, and that is because of the choice that Canadians made last year to support the government that will invest in infrastructure in the middle class. And not only are we taking action for Canadians, even the head of the IMF, she said she hopes that Canada's plan will go viral across the world because it's a plan for Canadians and for jobs here at home.
Sarnia Lambton.
Well, the unsavory facts on the Liberal Cash for Access fundraisers continue to evolve. A BC developer paid $1,500 to attend the Prime Minister's fundraiser and even admits he lobbied the Prime Minister to make it easier for wealthy investors from China to come to Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is in direct violation of the conflict of interest policy, which says we're to avoid potentially inappropriate lobbying. So will the Prime Minister finally put an end to these Cash for Access fundraisers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we recognize that only Canadians can actually donate. We have some of the strictest rules around fundraising of any level of government, and our party respects those rules. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat. The Chief Electoral Officer stated that Canada's political financing laws are, and I quote, the most advanced and constrained and transparent in the world, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
No answer at all. Mr. Speaker, the evidence shows that the Prime Minister is being lobbied by Chinese communists looking to invest in Canada at $1,500 a plate Cash for Access fundraisers. Now we learn the Natural Resource Minister is planning to sell Canadian oil sands operations to communist state-owned companies. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister willing to sell out Canada to the Chinese to raise money for the Liberals, and when will he put an end to these Cash for Access fundraisers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government has a balanced approach of openness to ideas, people, and investments, while making sure that decisions about foreign investments are taken for the promotion of Canada's interests. Mr. Speaker, the Investment Canada Act provides for review of significant foreign investments in this country, and also the Act provides for review of all foreign investments into Canada to protect national security. Mr. Speaker, these rules are in place. The honourable member knows this, and her colleagues knows this very clearly, that these rules are in place, and we want to make sure that Canada is open for business in the right and appropriate manner.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try in French this time. Am I dreaming? Another Cash for Access fundraiser. It took place on November 7th with some Chinese businessmen, very wealthy ones. And this week, the Minister of Natural Resources, out of just said he thinks they're going to be talking about taking restrictions off Chinese investment in the oil sands. Are we seeing a new Liberal scandal in the making here? When will the Prime Minister put an end to these dubious practices, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, again, to make it very clear that only Canadians can actually donate to political parties. We have some of the strictest rules around fundraising, as I've said on numerous occasions, of any level of government, and our party respects those rules. And again, I will quote the Chief Electoral Officer, and I quote, most advanced and constrained and transparent in the world. He's referring to our financing laws, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, let's talk about the rules, Mr. Speaker. The government is really taking Canadians for fools. There are clear rules that the Cabinet put forth. The Prime Minister said that there should be no preferential access or appearance of preferential access to organizations or individuals because of financial contributions they're making to politicians or to the political parties. Does the Prime Minister take his role seriously? Does he know how to read? Does he understand what was written there? And will he respect Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, not only can I read, I also understand. And I would again emphasize once again, in Canada, we have some of the strictest rules around fundraising of any level of government, and our party respects those rules. And I'm going to quote the Chief Financial Officer once again in regards to Canada's political financing laws. And I quote the Chief Electoral Officer, most advanced, constrained, and transparent in the world, in reference to the financing laws of Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the Columbia River Treaty is nearing the end of its 60-year term and needs to be brought up to date with 21st century needs and to ensure Canada is receiving the benefit it deserves. A renegotiated treaty would better address the protection of the river's ecosystem, issues around climate change, and First Nations rights that are completely ignored in the current treaty. When will the government truly begin renegotiation talks, and will they ensure that local voices are heard at the table?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Oops, go on. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of, I'm sorry, two people get up there, Foreign Affairs.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Which Canadians are very proud and Americans are very proud. We're looking forward to those discussions with our American neighbors and, of course, looking forward to collaborating at the national level, internationally, of course, but also with First Nations and local communities. And I can tell you as a British Columbian, I have worked quite closely with local mayors even to ensure that we come up with a treaty in the best interest of all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
It's pretty clear Liberals only want consensus when it suits them. The Prime Minister sure didn't see consensus before approving the Kinder Morgan pipeline. Nanaimo First Nation in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith feels betrayed. Former Chief Kowalson says this project puts at risk our way of life. He also said the decision was, quote, premised on a denial of Aboriginal people's rights and voice. Why has the Prime Minister betrayed First Nations and our coast? Where's their need for consensus now?
Yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government who had a history of failing to engage with our Indigenous communities, our government is committed to a nation-to-nation relationship. The fact is, Indigenous communities signed benefit agreements worth over $300 million on this project, and we're providing more than $64 million for an Indigenous Advisory and Monitoring Committee to oversee operations. And we're also establishing an Economic Pathways Partnership, creating training and job opportunities for Indigenous groups. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government understands that investments in science help us attract and retain some of the best talent in order to continue our proud tradition of research excellence in Canada. This morning, the Minister of Science announced the latest results of the Canada Research Chairs competition. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Science update this House on what the government is doing to support Canadian researchers? Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to research excellence, science-based decision-making, and delivering results for Canadians. Today, the Minister announced an investment of $164 million for 203 world-class Canada Research Chairs at 48 universities. Their research will lead to advancements in healthcare, engineering, and the environment while growing the middle class. And I am pleased to share with the member from Laurentides-Labelle that this new cohort of Canada Research Chairs will include one of the largest proportion of female researchers since the program began.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfail.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday when asked about the Marijuana Task Force report, the Justice Minister categorically stated, and I quote, "The report was not available. There is no evidence that this report has been leaked." That's nonsense because the evidence is mounting. On November 16th, Liberal-connected pot stocks skyrocketed for no apparent reason. Now details of the report have started appearing in media, first in the Globe and Mail and now the National Post. Everyone knows there's been a leak. Can the minister tell this House whether she's launched an investigation into who leaked this report?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and advise the member that his speculations are completely without merit and absolutely false. Let me be very clear. No member of this government has yet seen the task force's final report. We will see it at the same time. We will see it at the same time as every member of Parliament when it is made public in mid-December. And as the member well knows, capital markets in this country are strictly regulated, and the regulating authority for the Toronto Stock Exchange is the Ontario Securities Commission. They're an independent body responsible for looking into any evidence of market irregularities.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, as the marijuana legalization scandal continues, media have reported more troubling facts this morning, which suggests that the Marijuana Task Force has indeed leaked. It seems like the only person who has not seen this report yet is the minister herself. A Liberal task force with Liberal recommendations to legalize businesses that belong to their Liberal buddies. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Justice open her eyes, put on her minister's hat, and ensure that a formal inquiry has been put in place on this discredited task force?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been unequivocal from the outset that we are committed to legalizing, strictly regulating, and restricting access to marijuana to keep it out of the hands of youth and to keep profits out of the hands of criminals. We are taking a public health-based approach to establish a system, to enforce a system of strict production, distribution, and sales of marijuana, to advance and to provide the best advice on what is the best regulated regime for legal access to marijuana. The government appointed a task force in June. The task force finalized its report on November 30th, and that report will be delivered to the government and made public in mid-December.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the Health Minister has threatened to cut health funding to Saskatchewan. Why? Because of their new plan that has provided 2,200 MRIs over the last 9 months at no extra cost to the taxpayer and well within the confines of the Canada Health Act. Perhaps the Liberals should take lessons from Saskatchewan instead of racking up more deficits and raising taxes on all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why won't the minister stop attacking Saskatchewan as they work to reduce wait times and provide residents the services that they need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we believe strongly that access to medically necessary health services should be based solely on medical need and not the ability to pay. In Saskatchewan, some individuals are being asked to pay in order to achieve faster access to MRIs than individuals who can't pay for them. That seems to run counter to the principles of Canada Health Act, which our government strongly supports. Minister of Health have asked the Saskatchewan to put an end to this practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, as a former provincial health minister, I know full well the challenges that are facing health care today. And to meet those challenges, our highly trained professionals have formed partnerships so they can work in teams, and Canadians can get the service they need. Now, these partnerships are taxed as small businesses, Mr. Speaker. Now, we all know what the Prime Minister thinks about small businesses. He thinks they're just a tax dodge. And so now the Finance Minister is changing the tax rules, forcing these healthcare specialists to likely move to the United States. Will the Health Minister today stand up in this House and confirm that she will tell the Minister of Finance to reverse this policy before it negatively impacts Canadian families?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. The members know well. He sits on the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, what we said is that we appreciate the work that doctors are doing across the country. What we said is that we're going to clarify a rule that provides in this country that if you have a small business, you're entitled to one small business deduction. Canadians get it. Everyone gets it. That's about tax fairness, Mr. Speaker, in this country, and we'll pursue our on the road with that, Mr. Speaker, because that's the right thing to do for Canadians.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Last week, another whale died after becoming entangled at an open net salmon farm in British Columbia. That's 2 dead whales in 3 weeks. The science and the evidence is clear. Open net salmon farms are literal death traps for marine mammals. My bill before Parliament aims to transition harmful open net salmon farms to safe closed containment systems to protect marine mammals and wild salmon. Will the government finally get serious about protecting marine mammals, and will they support my bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I share the concerns of my honourable colleague. In terms of his first question about whales, our department is charged with ensuring the safety and security of our marine environments. It's very regrettable but rare that these events take place, and our department will continue to work very closely with all interests to ensure that these species are protected. We are taking this very seriously, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, people pay a very high price for cell service, and they get bad or inexistent reception. Some people have to leave their homes. If there's clouds, you might get 1 bar of service, but otherwise nothing. On large sections of the highway, it's impossible to call emergency services. This is unacceptable. When will the government put in place a credible plan to ensure that there's good cell coverage for the people of rural areas? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allowing Canadians to communicate amongst themselves and with the rest of the world is at the heart of the digital economy and Canada's modern economy. Our department has just launched a program that was announced in the 2016 budget, a program that will promote internet connections for Canadians across the country, and for Canadians in rural and northern areas. High-speed internet access will lead to greater economic growth. So, Mr. Speaker, this is work that we will continue to do to promote the digital economy. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the government increased the number of CF-18s that the Army has to have ready at all times to create a capability gap. This change was made 5 minutes before they decided to purchase 18 out-of-date Super Hornets, and now we've learned that the government is deleting compromising information. A defense report on the lifetime of the CF-18s and on the exorbitant cost of an interim fleet has disappeared. So now we're starting to understand why a number of public servants have been put under a lifetime gag order. What are the Liberals hiding from Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada always prefers to be open and transparent, except when classified information is on the website. That report has been deleted because there was potential classified information there. They're looking at trying to repost that report as a redacted report. It should be noted that a mixed fleet is not optimal. Possibly the Conservatives should have thought of that 10 years ago, so that when they should have held an open and transparent competition.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute Saint Charles. Mr. Speaker, we know that this government loves communist regimes, Viva Fidel and Maoist China, and now they're acting like the Soviets. Every time there's a new leader, they're rewriting the history books to serve their own legend. The Liberals are doing this with the CF-18s. They're creating a false capability gap. They're changing policies. They're silencing those who worked on the file and deleting compromising documents like the report on the CF-18 lifespan. This government story doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker. Other than their gross incompetence, what are the Liberals hiding from Canadians?
Secretary,
maybe, Mr. Speaker, a little Conservative history would be in order. When the Conservatives announced the F-35 purchase, it was 65 jets for $9 billion. $9 billion became $16 billion. $16 billion then became $25 to $27 billion. Yep. $25 to $27 billion became $42 to $45 billion. Then they were the only government in the history of Canada actually cited for contempt. And then they dropped the program, Mr. Speaker. Now the jets are 10 years older, and now the minister is trying to repair this very unfortunate situation, largely caused by the previous government.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, very clearly this government is changing their story on foreign and defence policy all the time. In a desperate bid to get a UN Security Council seat, the Liberals are preparing to send the Canadian military to fight in a place where they will almost certainly encounter child soldiers. While they scramble to figure out their policy on shooting child soldiers, many Canadians are wondering why this wasn't considered before a commitment was made. So why are the Liberals, without a plan and without a vote in the House of Commons, sending our troops into a situation that clearly looks more disastrous every day, again, simply to get approval at the UN Security Council?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question, because it does raise a very serious issue when contemplating a peace support operations. It does demonstrate a willingness on the part of the forces to change doctrines when necessary. And I want to thank General Dallaire for his contribution, for forcing us all to rethink the doctrine with respect to child soldiers. This is clearly a good outcome from the Defence Policy Review and puts the Canadian military at the forefront of military thinking in international affairs.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, safety in the transportation sector is a priority for my constituents of Nepean. Following the tragic collision between an HoC transport bus and a train on September 18, 2013 in Barhaven, the Transportation Safety Board recommended that all commercial passenger buses must be equipped with dedicated crash-worthy event data recorders. Can the Minister please inform this House on the action he is taking in order to address this important matter?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Nepean for his important question. Safety obviously is a key priority, and our thoughts are still with the victims, the families of the victims of this tragic accident. As you know, the Transportation Safety Board investigated this accident and made a number of recommendations. We always value their recommendations, and earlier this week the government put out an RFP for a feasibility study on the possible use of event data recorders on commercial buses. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last month the Liberals used Shell to claim support for their devastating carbon tax plan. However, Shell, citing bad government policy, cancelled the $10 billion Carmen Creek project in Alberta, killing thousands of jobs in the town of Peace River. This is only the beginning. Companies from across the country will continue to abandon Canada because of the Liberal carbon tax. Why is this government listening to companies rather than listening to struggling Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are very pleased that we are working with provinces and territories to develop a made-in-Canada plan to tackle climate change. I'm also pleased to announce that 93% of Canadians live in a jurisdiction where there is or will be a price on carbon pollution. I am working very hard with all the provinces and territories to help them design a system that makes sense for them, which creates jobs, and that ensures a better and more sustainable future for our children and grandchildren.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important to Canada's economy to have efficient highways that connect us to our families, communities, and to goods and services. Can the Minister of Infrastructure explain how he is helping communities in British Columbia to connect faster and more effectively?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Now that's a great question, Mr. Speaker. There are many important hubs along British Columbia's highways, and that's why we approved projects worth $310 million for those highways, with 50% of the cost covered by federal funding. And this is for upgrades and expansions along the Trans-Canada Highway, including $48.5 million to the Salmon Arm West project for connecting communities and moving goods. We're working with the provincial government to improve access to local roads and businesses. We will always be there for British Columbia.
Excellent. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are borrowing every failed Kathleen Wynne's policy. Wynne was forced to apologize for driving energy prices so high it is unaffordable for seniors and families. Wynne had to end her Cash for Access fundraising scheme because everybody demanded she stop unethical shakedown. Wynne also had to admit her infrastructure team built a bridge upside down. Why don't these Liberals take Kathleen Wynne's lead, apologize, and quit following all her bad ideas?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let me tell you where
Finance.
we get our cues, Mr. Speaker. As we did Budget 2016, we went across Canada. We heard from 250,000 Canadians. We received about 5,000 submissions. That's what we did.
We were doing so well. I just want to remind everyone that while someone's answering a question, we can't throw another question at them and expect them to answer a second one. They won't hear it. So I just want to ask everyone to stay calm and let's finish question period on a high note. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think we bring the best out of them when we speak. Mr. Speaker, what we can say is that in Budget 2016, in the Fall Economic Statement, we listened to Canadians. We went from coast to coast to coast, and the policies you're seeing in the budget in the Fall Economic Statement are about Canadian families, are about job, or about the middle class, are about inclusive growth, or about infrastructure. That's what Canadian wants. That's what they told us on the 19th of October. That's what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, do you want to see proof that Francophones are second-class citizens in Canada? At the RCMP, 16,000 jobs require English, but 19 jobs, only 19 require French. That's so unbelievable, so ridiculous, it's just an absolute joke. In a Quebec that's independent, we'll have a French-speaking national police force. Mr. Speaker, this is Canada, a country that makes a mockery of Quebecers and all Francophones. This is shameful. How can the minister justify this aberration?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's linguistic duality is a fundamental characteristic of our country. The RCMP has received and welcomes the recommendations from the Official Languages Commissioner, and they will respond promptly with a remedial plan.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the federal strategy to promote climate change, Kinder Morgan and Enbridge have just received shiny new pipelines, and that despite the opposition of many municipalities and First Nations and people and environmentalists. This leaves TransCanada in limbo as it keeps lobbying for Energy East. Quebec is worried, and with reason, because now the government has proved that it couldn't care less about social license. So I would ask the Minister of Natural Resources to answer me. Will he, yes or no, put an end to Energy East?
Member for, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
There we go. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. As we've said many times, our governments believe that major projects must be reviewed by a province that carries the confidence of Canadians. The National Energy Board process to review Energy's project continues. This week, Canada took a step forward in creating thousands of good-paying jobs for Canadians. The Trans Mountain Expansion and Line 3 projects will go forward because they met our strict standards to address economic opportunity while protecting the environment we cherish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, with C-29, the federal government is protecting the banks from Quebec's consumers and from the act that protects them. That means that Quebecers will no longer have any recourse when hidden fees are imposed by banks or when they're taken advantage of. Quite the precedent. Tomorrow it's the cell phone companies who are going to ask the federal government to protect them from consumer protection laws. Then it's going to be internet service providers, cable companies, airlines. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Minister of High Finance and his personal secretary, when will this stop? When will they stop taking away Quebecers' consumer protection? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of Bill C-29, and I would remind my colleague that what we have done, Mr. Speaker, and he knows this very well, is that the Supreme Court's Marcotte decision has asked us to require consumer protection measures across the country. That is exactly what we are doing. We have modernized and simplified the rules which will benefit consumers across Canada. And Mr. Speaker, there are rules in C-29 which will allow Canadians to use a larger number of pieces of ID to open a bank account. This is a bill that will help consumers.
Nunavut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard. The effective Atlantic and Pacific Integrated Commercial Fisheries Initiatives have enabled a self-reliant Indigenous commercial fishery, benefiting First Nation communities on Canada's east and west coast. Implementing this program in Nunavut would generate economic growth and benefit Inuit communities on our nation's northern coast. Will the Minister make this initiative a national program and ensure long-term financial certainty by permanently including this program in the departmental budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague and good friend from Nunavut for his question. I share the point of view that my colleague has just raised when it comes to fisheries, fisheries that are sustainable and based on scientific evidence. We believe that this can offer good economic opportunities for Nunavut. The programs that my colleague refers to on the Atlantic and Pacific coasts have allowed us to build solid relationships with First Nations, and we are very happy to work with him and with partners in Nunavut to continue to develop good commercial fisheries for the North and for Nunavut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's it for question period for today. C'est terminé. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 14 petitions today.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introductions of private members' bills. Okay. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Okay. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for York.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present my first petition in this House of Commons on behalf of the students at Madonna Catholic Secondary School in my riding of York Centre. The petitioners advocate for a peaceful end to the ongoing war in Syria and call upon the government to work towards finding a lasting peace through diplomatic means and help ensure humanitarian aid reaches those in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thanks very much. Okay.
There we go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to stand and present on behalf of the a number of residents, good people of Arishat, Louisdale, Petit de Gras, many down in Richmond County, Discouse, and they're concerned about community television access. They want the government to ensure that communities are enabled have access to a network of community-operated media centers, very committed to the survival of community TV, and that the availability of local media in towns and neighbours that aren't served by public or private media. It's very important to these communities. It's essential to these communities, and I look forward to presenting this petition on their behalf.
Any petitions? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table e-petition 463, which was initiated by Alexandra Morton and was signed by more than 7,000 Canadians. The petitioners are concerned about the threat from disease, pollutants, and sea lice originating from open-net salmon farms. They're calling on the government to protect West Coast wild salmon and to support Bill C-228, my private member's bill, that will transition harmful salmon farms to safe, reliable, closed containment systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
E-petition E115. Over 1,500 Canadians have called on the government to allow for the personal production of cannabis as part of the upcoming cannabis legalization legislation. I would note, Mr. Speaker, this would be an important aspect if we allow Canadians to grow 5 or 6 plants of undermining the black market, one of the key priorities of our legalization framework. And I would note, as the petitioners note, that the personal production of beer, wine, and other fermented alcohol is a legal activity for adults in Canada. Adults who choose to consume cannabis should be granted similar production rights as those who choose alcohol. Mr. Speaker, we should treat Canadians like the responsible adults they are.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to stand here and deliver a petition on behalf of residents at Courtenay Alberni in Vancouver Island, calling for fair electoral representation. The petition is to ensure Canadians have a fair electoral system. Our winner-take-all voting system results in a House of Commons where the number of MPs the party supporters elect does not reflect the number of voters who cast ballots for the party. So they'd like to introduce a suitable form of proportional representation after the public consultations that have taken place.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 543 to question 546, question 551, question 552, question 557, and question 558. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask if the government's response to questions number question 547 to question 550, question 553 to question 556 could be made orders for return. They would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Oh, sorry. Oh, we have another one. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-29, Budget Implementation Act 2016, and the motion in group number 1.
Resuming debate. Oh, we have a point of order, I understand.
Yes, point of order, Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. Président, je regrette de...
Mr. Speaker, I regret to inform the House that it was impossible to reach an agreement under sections 78.1 and 2, Standing Order 78.1 and 2, when it comes to the report stage and third reading of Bill C-29. Act number 2 to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016, and other measures. Under Standing Order 78.3, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of the House, a minister will move a motion to allocate time for the next stage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Rimouski.
The member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque has 5 minutes for questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the Minister for International Development and the Francophonies intervention, I'm surprised that already, after so little debate, she's giving notice of a time allocation motion. We're just talking about the amendments, the motions to amend the Act at report stage. We've only had about 2 hours of debate so far on those motions, and all of a sudden the minister gets up and announces, gives notice of time allocation. So we really only had about 1 full hour of debate, and already we're being given notice, served notice that there's going to be time allocation. Can my colleague make an impromptu comment on this development, the government's intention to allocate time for Bill C-29 at report stage? The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague from Sherbrooke said, I was here during the last Parliament where this kind of motion came up regularly. Whether there was any dispute about the length of debate or not. The Liberals complained when they were in opposition about the Conservatives doing this, and now they're doing it. They're doing it so preemptively, so early in the process. And this is very fundamental stuff here, the budget. The Liberals, someone from the government side, particularly those who were there during the 41st Parliament, how do they explain this? That's all of a sudden they're using the same tactics the Conservatives used, the previous government, that they condemned back then. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I'd like to think that within the budget implementation bill, that the NDP might want to reconsider in terms of how it is that they might be voting on the issue, because the budget implementation bill is a bill that ultimately implements the budget. And in this budget, we see a very progressive budget. And my question to the member is that could he maybe enlighten the House as to when he believes there was a more progressive budget than what we currently have, one that does so much for so many Canadians, whether it's the tax break to the middle class, whether it's the enhancement of the Canada Child Benefit Program, whether it's the enhancement of the Guaranteed Income Supplement. It does so much for every region of our country. Why not support the budget implementation?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque.
Progressive doesn't make it so. Saying that the climate change targets set up by the Conservatives are progressive doesn't make them so. Saying that the trade agreements negotiated by the Conservative is a progressive agreement doesn't make it so. And, Mr. Speaker, it's really a varnish that is actually starting to be removed from this whole fabrication of the Liberals. They're saying that their budget is so progressive that so many Canadians will benefit from their tax cuts. Well, no, actually, it leaves away over 23 million Canadians, and it benefits merely 9% of the population. This is not progressive. This is basically taking from the rich to give to the little less rich. But all our concerns about the fact that most of those earning less than $90,000 a year would benefit little, if at all, has actually been completely evacuated by the Liberals. This is why we are objecting to the direction that they are heading towards too. And I haven't even started talking about the infrastructure commitments, which, honestly, Mr. Speaker, is going nowhere at this point.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Short question, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, what the member just said is factually incorrect. How can the member say that when he knows full well that the guaranteed income supplements is affecting those individual seniors that are making less than $20,000 in a tangible way, that we are lifting tens of thousands of children out of poverty. So what the member just said is factually incorrect, and my question would be, does he understand in terms of what it is that this budget is actually doing for a majority of Canadians?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lécasse in 35 seconds or less, please.
And yes, the GIS increase is actually something that we welcome. But when we're saying that the Canada Child Benefit is actually benefiting more kids, might be the case for now. But they are actually letting it unindexed for 4 years, which will actually bring it back to close to what it would have been otherwise under the previous government. So I don't think the miracles that they claim they are doing right now are actually true and factually accurate.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor today to speak to Bill C-29, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in March. It's a pleasure because I'm very proud to see that our government is delivering the goods and keeping its commitments to Canadians, to the middle class, families, seniors, students, workers, retired people, and veterans. These are all people who are working or have worked very hard and who deserve a good standard of living and better prospects for the future. These people very often are just barely scraping by, and they need things that will help them to reach their daily goals. And that's what our budget measures offer them. Mr. Speaker, talking about the budget is therefore for me not just an opportunity to express my support for Bill C-29, but also an opportunity to talk about my constituents and how they'll be affected by the provisions of this legislation. My constituents put their trust in the Liberal Party. They put their trust in me by voting for me in October 2015, and I thank them from the bottom of my heart for their support. And today, I say to them, they made the right choice. They voted for the right party, and this legislation is yet further evidence.
Several measures in Budget 16 address the concerns and interests of people, companies, and communities in Laval. In Alfred Pellant, 11% of people live on a low income, and those people need assistance to meet their basic needs, especially the most basic one, housing. The Liberal budget is making significant investments of $1.5 billion over 2 years to improve access to safe, adequate, and affordable housing. Other vulnerable people will also benefit from the measures contained in this budget. The Canada Child Benefit will provide more to people who are in need, and it will help to lift 300,000 children out of poverty. In my riding, it will help 14,505 families with children. They won't pay tax on this amount and will therefore be able to benefit from it fully. Moreover, Joe, a constituent with no political affiliation and who's not really interested in politics, told me during an activity at the Vimont Church that $425 a month makes a big difference. And this measure will help the 5,290 single-parent families in Alfred Pellant who will receive more to offer better conditions for their children. And it's much more generous than the benefits offered by the previous government. The benefit will enable families to receive more than in the past. families' benefits will increase by some $2,300 per year for 2016-2017. And that will enable families like Joe's family to pay for winter clothing, groceries, things they need at school, clothing. And for other families like Carmen and Robert, they will be able to save for their children's future studies. Now let's talk about seniors, our human people, the heritage of Canada, our seniors. The government knows how important their quality of life is. That's why this budget puts forth measures to improve the GIS, and the government has recently announced an enhanced CPP. This will help our seniors who built Canada to retire comfortably and with dignity. Here are the words of my aunt Giuseppina, who said, after so many years of sacrifices and hard work, I'm reassured that I will not be a burden for my children. My savings and my government are all I need to live in dignity. Of course, Bill C-29 contains very specific measures contained in the last budget that will be coming into force. These budget measures are part of our plan to stimulate the economy in the short term, but also to pave the way for a strong economy in the long term. Our country has the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. It's time to invest in our future success to ensure a prosperous future for current and future generations. I'm a father. I want to ensure that my son Gabriel, who is almost 3, has a solid, prosperous future full of opportunity, the way my parents did for me. And that's what guides me in my work as a member of Parliament on a daily basis, looking after the prosperity and well-being of people of Alfred Pélan.
Those who sacrifice so much to preserve our dearest values and uphold the peace in land and all over the world. The government will give back to veterans who have given so much in service to all Canadians by restoring critical access to services that were recklessly cut by the previous government and ensuring the long-term financial security of disabled veterans. Canada's veterans will receive more local, in-person government services as well as better access to case managers. Mr. President, last week I discussed with a very concerned constituent the issues of unemployment. Mario, a 55-year-old hard-working gentleman, finds himself laid off from his job and wanted to know how our government will help him and the thousands of people in the same position. I assured Mario that the changes to the current EI system that we are proposing will give Canadians the help they need when they need it. Be it the changes to eligibility rules, which will make it easier for new workers and those re-entering the workforce to claim benefits. The reduction of the waiting period from 2 weeks to 1 week, which will provide unemployed workers with hundreds of dollars more at the time they need it most. Or the extension of employment insurance benefits in regions affected by the collapse of the price of oil and other commodities, that it is aimed to ease the burden of Canadians in parts of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Northern Ontario, and Newfoundland. Mr. President, our Prime Minister has deployed enormous efforts to make Canada once again a leader on the international stage, helping international development for Canadian businesses. And to ensure that our financial sector remains strong, we will strengthen the framework that regulates financial institutions and balance the need for stability and competition with the needs of consumers and businesses. Moreover, as a matter of fairness for all taxpayers, the government seeks to prevent underground economic activity and tax evasion and combat tax loopholes. We will invest in effective administration and enforcement of tax laws
and we will propose actions to improve the integrity of Canada's tax system. All these measures define my unwavering support to Bill C-29, and I invite all the members to reflect on the benefits of C-29 as for Canadians and join in support of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his intervention into this debate. But as we just heard from one of the ministers in this government, they're moving time allocation again next week. Another time. The 10th time in this House they've moved notice. So why are they ceasing debate on this at this point? I mean, as a new member in this House, I was looking forward for an opportunity to further hearing from other members and what they had as a contribution to make on C-29. And now we're not going to get that opportunity. Does he really think that 337 members are going to show up to a committee in the Senate at some point, perhaps be witnesses to further talk about this? They're proposing to spend billions upon billions of dollars in the future with very little return on it. We've seen what their jobs plan has been for Canada and for Alberta. No net new jobs. They've completely failed. So I asked the member, why is this government in such a rush to shut down debate in this House and spend billions of taxpayer dollars?
The honourable member for Alfred-Pelham.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Bill C-29 implements some measures from Budget 2016, a budget that marked an important turn following 10 years when the only objective was to not run a deficit. But at what cost? Seniors, children, women, veterans, low-income Canadians, in short, vulnerable people paid the price for that, without talking about cuts in programs linked to science, research, and development, as well as the environment. This government knows that this is the right time to invest to create jobs, good quality jobs, to lift thousands of children out of power, to help young people to undertake studies, graduate at university, post-secondary studies, in order to make Canada a place of choice for companies to set up shop. Those measures are part of our long-term vision for a prosperous future. And of course, we are a government that understands people's daily reality, the reality of people in the middle class, and that is why we are putting forth these measures and our investments, because the middle class works hard and people will benefit from them. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague on his remarks. He mentioned a number of important issues, but I'd like to go back to a specific point. He talked about benefits for seniors. Now, Bill C-29 takes into account the fact that some people may be forced to live apart through no fault of their own. Can the honourable member explain to the people listening to us what the changes we're proposing means for seniors in that kind of a situation? The honourable member for Alfred-Pelham. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. It's a very relevant one and very important for seniors in my riding and seniors across the country. Now, we know that aging has some disadvantages. Loss of autonomy is unfortunately what awaits many seniors, and oftentimes one member of the couple needs to go into a long-term care facility, or a person who's lost their autonomy, just to give a couple of examples. So what that means is that the couple will have to live separately. You can only imagine the cost linked to that involuntary separation. It's very difficult for many couples. So these are difficult situations to experience, and it creates a financial burden that's higher. Thanks to the measure we are putting in place, Mr. Speaker, the amounts that they will be entitled 2022 will not decrease and as a result, in many cases, because the amount will not decrease, there will be a higher amount and they will be in a better position to address the needs that they're facing.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to join this debate, which I know now, because of the motion the government has brought forward, will be a very brief debate. But I appreciate the opportunity to address it nonetheless. We speak often in this House, and we hear the government speak often about this issue of sustainability. Sustainability is a very important concept. It's about, can we maintain the things that we are enjoying and have created into the future? Will our children, our grandchildren be able to enjoy the same quality of an environment, the same standard of living, the same standard in terms of social programs that we enjoy today? And what needs to be underlined about the fiscal policy of this government is that it's very clearly unsustainable. Now, there are certain instances where it makes sense to run timely, targeted, and temporary deficits. But it does not make sense to have a intentionally unsustainable fiscal policy, one in which promises are made which cannot be maintained over the long term. Programs are created which will have to be cut in the future. Commitments are made with regard to spending in infrastructure, spending on social programs, taxes, that the government knows cannot possibly last. And they are setting people up for disappointment, just as they did on the electoral reform file, by the way, but on fiscal policy and social programs as well. They're setting people up for disappointment by their unsustainable fiscal approach. And let's be very clear about contrasting the approach of this Liberal government with that of the previous Conservative government. And I would never accuse members of the government of lying. Certainly that is unparliamentary. But I will say that there is a clear dissonance between the reality and the things that government members have said. And let's be very clear about the record in this respect. Now, we heard the Parliament Secretary again claim that Stephen Harper added over $150 billion to the national debt. That is a clear instance of dissonance between the realities and the comments made by the Parliamentary Secretary. The reality of the record is that managing Canada's finances through the worst economic recession since the since the Great Depression. The previous Conservative government actually, over the course of its tenured office, reduced the overall debt-to-GDP ratio. The numbers are very clear. When Prime Minister Stephen Harper took power, the federal debt-to-GDP ratio was 34.1%. At the time at which he left office, the federal debt-to-GDP ratio was at 31%. So very clearly a lowering of the federal debt-to-GDP ratio during the time in which the previous Conservative government was in power. So yes, there were stimulative deficits that were undertaken during a very significant global economic crisis. But they were done in a way such that not only did we return to balanced budgets, but that the overall debt-to-GDP ratio went down. Now, in terms of raw nominal numbers, it was actually a total of $128.5 billion that was added to the national debt, much lower than $150 billion. And what is the significance of the difference in numbers? Well, it simply illustrates that there is a clear dissonance between the talking points being cited by the various government members and what Canadians can find if they look at the government's own website with respect to the numbers. Again, lower number than was quoted at all in terms of additions to the national deficit and a reduction in the debt-to-GDP ratio. It's worth adding in this context that if you look and try and figure out, well, what is the government talking about when they come up with this $150 billion? And some have speculated, well, maybe they're only counting the amount that was added during deficit years to the national debt and not including the amount that was subtracted during the various Conservative surpluses. So then we wondered, was was it only those years that they were counting and not the other years? Well, even if you only count those years, it adds up to $145 billion. So the government is still off. Again, certainly not misleading the House, but creating a situation of dissonance between what is actually happening, according to the Finance Minister's website, and what the words are that are coming from the government. And again, I encourage Canadians to verify those facts. They're very clearly in black and white. You can find them on the Finance Canada website. So that's the current reality. Now, the plan from this finance minister involves not only a dramatic increase in the national debt, a greater increase over the one term, hopefully just one term of this government, a greater increase in debt than happened during the worst global financial crisis. That happening not in a time of global financial crisis, but also the Minister of Finance's plan involves increasing significantly the debt to GDP ratio. According to TD forecasts, their spending will take the debt to GDP ratio to 38%. So again, the debt to GDP ratio went down from 34.1% when the previous Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, took office, down to 31% when he left office, and now it will go, according to these estimates, up to 38% under this Liberal government. So the question here is not whether or not there are certain situations where you can run a deficit. The question is whether or not we have a sustainable fiscal policy. Now, the finance minister has been asked before, is it his view that the government should ever balance the budget? And he has repeatedly declined to answer that question. We've had the suggestion that, Liberal governments clean up the budgets in the long term, in the fullness of time. But it is right for us as the opposition and for Canadians to ask, what is the fullness of time in this context? Because the budget projections don't show any return to balanced budget at any point. We haven't got any kind of estimate in that respect at all. We simply know that they intend to dramatically increase the debt levels at a time when we're not in the midst of a global financial crisis. They will significantly increase the federal debt-to-GDP ratio, and that creates an unsustainable situation, one in which all of their glorious promises, whether that be on social policy, on infrastructure, on spending on the environment, all of these promises will unfortunately lead to painful cuts in the future unless we get back onto a track of real fiscal sustainability. Now, let's underline as well, Mr. Speaker, that when we talk about the federal debt-to-GDP ratio, people like to compare Canada to other countries and say we have a much lower federal debt-to-GDP ratio than those other countries. But Canada is different insofar as we have provincial governments that provide a much greater share of public services, provincial and municipal governments, than are provided at the subnational level in other states. So when you're doing international comparisons in terms of the challenges we face in debt in this country, we should look at total government debt, not just federal debt to GDP. We have the province of Ontario, led by a Liberal government. The province of Ontario is the most indebted sub-sovereign borrower on the planet. Our total debt-to-GDP ratio, total government debt-to-GDP, is quite high. It's similar levels to the United States, the UK, and other countries. So we can't at all take our position for granted. It's important that we have a real plan for fiscal sustainability over the long term. And we're not seeing this from the government. Not only are we seeing a misstatement of the record, but we're seeing a complete absence of a plan when it comes to the long term. And there's an important question that the government needs to answer, I think, and hopefully we'll have time to answer in the much shortened debate that they've given us, which is at what point will they be prepared to learn from what is happening in the real economy? They've undertaken a dangerous experiment, one that I would argue we have every reason to already know the results of. They've claimed that this massively unsustainable fiscal policy they've undertaken will somehow stimulate the economy. And let's be very clear that this is not at all the traditional economics of stimulus. John Maynard Keynes would be rolling in his grave by the extent to which he is misused by this government, because he believed that you should run targeted temporary deficits, that it was acceptable to run deficits during years of relative struggle, and that would create a bit of a push, a counter-cyclic push, but then the savings had to come on the other side. But this government's plan is long-term constant deficits. So I'll say, when will they learn the lesson? Because it's been a year, and they're still talking about slow growth. Unemployment is where it was a year ago. So I'd like to know, at what point will, if their plan doesn't work, this government change course? Will it take 2 years, 3 years? Will they at some point realize, hey, it's not working, and we need to go back to the policy of the previous Conservative government? I hope they will do that sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau.
You know, Mr. Speaker, every time a member from that side of the House gets up and gives a speech about debt, I'm struck by the fact that they watched as the previous government took a government that was reimbursing Canadian debt, reimbursing debts incurred by previous Conservative administrations. This is before the financial crisis. And then proceeded to rack up 9 consecutive years of structural deficit. And now they have the temerity to walk into this House and ask about deficit and debt under this administration, when we are trying to dig out from under low commodity prices that they presided over, an infrastructure deficit, a social deficit, and any other kind of deficit that you care to mention. My question to the member is, where was he? Where was he when the previous government was racking up debt on our children and grandchildren for 9 consecutive years?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the question directly, where was I when the previous government racked up debt for 9 consecutive years? Well, clearly I was reading completely different newspapers than he was at the time, and perhaps a different Finance Canada website. I laid out the numbers very clearly, and it is breathtaking how willing government members are to completely misstate the fiscal record when it is very clearly laid out on their own government website. And I gave that information. Timely, temporary, and targeted deficits during the worst global financial crisis since the Great Depression, which stimulated the economy. And over the Harper years, there was a reduction in the debt-to-GDP ratio from 4.1% to 31%. Now this Liberal government has a plan, and the member really needs to check his facts, because he's shouting incorrect facts across the floor. 34.1% to 31%, and the finance minister's plan calls for an increase from 31% to 38%, according to TD Bank forecasts in terms of the debt-to-GDP ratio. And that is at a time when we are not in the midst of a global financial crisis. So these are just the basic numbers. And just because the government members say it doesn't make it true, Canadians can check the record, Canadians can check the facts. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about debt, if you get the impression that money is being managed responsibly, well, going into debt can be acceptable in some circumstances. But in the case before us, rural municipalities thought they were going to get money to build infrastructure projects that they really need. And now, all of a sudden, that money is being sent to an infrastructure bank where projects will have to cost at least $100 million before they're considered. That means that no projects put forward by rural areas will benefit from that money. I learned recently that the government, the federal government, the Liberal government, decided to give a contract of $74,000 to find out how much pot costs on the black market. So a consultant's getting $74,000 to find an answer that I think probably police officers, any police officer, could have told them. So what does my colleague think of the government's management? Does he think that the government is managing money in a responsible way to justify this debt, or does he find that they're spending it just any old which way?
Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her excellent question. I know she represents a constituency that includes a significant rural component, as do I. And so it's really important that we have a government that understands the infrastructure needs that exist across the country, not just in our big cities. And certainly there's a lot of concern in my constituency, and I suspect in hers as well, that the way the government is acting doesn't show much regard for the needs and the importance of rural Canada. And I appreciate as well that when we're talking about deficits, yes, there are certain cases where it makes sense to run a deficit, but there's this need for sustainability. And I think both of our parties, Conservatives and the NDP, we have very different philosophies about certain things, but we recognize the need to have balanced budgets, to have sustainability, that if you're going to make a commitment, whether it's to increase transfers, to lower taxes, to increase spending on a social program, that has to be costed, that has to be paid for. And if you make that commitment without any kind of plan for fiscal sustainability, then people need to know it's just not going to happen over the long term.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today and speak on Bill C-29, the Budget Implementation Act. Prior to my role as the member of the Bay of Quinte, I served for 8 years as the mayor of the City of Belleville. My municipal experience gave me a full appreciation of the impact infrastructure has on our communities. The City of Belleville, being a population of 50,000 and a small urban municipality, has many infrastructure deficits. Investments in infrastructure provide communities with safe roads, clean water and air, efficient transportation networks, and so much more. Our infrastructure needs have outpaced our investments for decades and at significant cost. The perfect storm is here. It is hurting our communities. It is very important we keep driving investment and finding new alternative ways to support the needs of our communities. Neglected aging infrastructure directly contributes to traffic congestion, which pollutes the air and stifles the productivity of our workers and businesses. It contributes to boil water advisories that affect the health of entire communities. It means that our seniors have harder time accessing essential services, and that some of our population have great difficulty finding safe and affordable places to live. As I have personally experienced, underfunded infrastructure puts our cities at a competitive disadvantage. And when competing to attract top companies, either on the world market, local market, or the global market, it's hard to create good-paying jobs without proper infrastructure. The City of Belleville was like so many others, communities across Canada, starved for infrastructure funding and facing a mounting infrastructure deficit. Upon being elected as mayor, I began to see firsthand just how large this infrastructure deficit in our community and how it was growing with no real plan to fix it. Speaking with my colleagues at AMO, Association of Ontario Mayors, which are 444 of us, excluding Toronto, it's an example that I realized most municipalities in Ontario have aging infrastructure. I was finding in my community that we were not unique, and the rest of small urban communities and cities across Canada were in a similar position. There was simply not enough infrastructure funding to meet the needs of municipalities. The tax system, how it is with municipalities, is basically property taxes and user fees, and municipalities provide 66% of our services in Ontario, but yet only collect around 8 cents on the tax dollars. The City of Belleville, an average, again, city, a small city, has over $3.5 billion worth of assets. This includes roads, bridges, 69 bridges, I believe, public facilities, waters, wastewater plants, all that were built in the 40s and 50s and 60s, but never had an asset management plan to keep these structures in repair. After examining this asset management plan, I realized that our city was in trouble. We had probably approximately 350 of 3 years ago dollars in a deficit that was hidden, a deficit that wasn't on our books, and a deficit that kept growing out of control. A construction deficit that increased at the time between 5 and 10%. We had interest rates that we were able to acquire at approximately 2.5% to lock in, and it's all about capital risk. Being a small business person myself, one of the biggest problems was obtaining capital locked in at an amount that got rid of the risk. So with Infrastructure Ontario, we were able to build out a plan, and our solution was a Build Belleville plan. This was a second infrastructure plan to try to alleviate some of the stockpiled infrastructure that was stockpiled to the city over the last 25 years. The rationale is simple. Each year the cost of infrastructure repairs are left and not taken care of, they increase. So all of a sudden a $300 million deficit becomes a 330, 340. And with infrastructure, we're not quite sure of what that costs are be, so it's floating. So coming up with a plan of locking in our capital risk, recognizing that interest rates were low, it was time to launch a plan and try to convince Council that we need to mitigate the risk of bridges collapsing. We had to mitigate the risk of not having a wastewater plant that was capable of meeting our industry. So City Council supported Build Belleville, and that $91.5 million loan for the first stage of infrastructure upgrades and maintenance. The Build Belleville plan was featured in many trade publications, including the Business Review, Municipal World, The Undergrounder, and Renew. The program not only attracted the attention of magazines and media, it attracted a great deal of attention from municipalities. In 2008, I was asked to speak at AMO to all mayors about this plan. My city has also, in this plan, expanded our industrial park by extending roads and services to build our economic base. It put us in a very great position now to attract industry and create more jobs. This past August, I met with local mayors to announce over $7 million in federal gas tax funding. This is specifically for municipal infrastructure projects. More recently, I held an announcement event at our local college, Loyalist College, for a $1.6 million federal investment towards a $3.2 million renovation of the North Lumberland Wing and Health and Wellness Center. The Wellness Center hosts the school's highly respected practical nursing program and state-of-the-art clinical simulation lab. This investment will make for greater energy efficiency, which has positive impacts both on the environment and the school's operating budget. And of course, it will significantly improve the learning environment and hopefully keep our youth in our community to get educated and to help in the workforce. These are good reasons as to why it is so vitally important that we continue to work with our municipal and provincial partners across the country to develop a long-term infrastructure plan that meets the real needs of all communities across Canada. Our government will provide more than $180 billion over 12 years for public transit, green and social infrastructure, trade and transportation. These investments have a dramatic impact on all communities across Canada, including small communities and rural regions. This plan provides unprecedented levels of funding for projects across the country, projects that will help create long-term economic growth, build safe, inclusive, and sustainable communities, and support a low-carbon green economy. Budget 16, the first phase of our infrastructure plan, which will invest a total of $11.9 billion. This includes $3.4 billion for public transit systems, $5 billion for green infrastructure projects, and $3.4 billion for social infrastructure. That includes affordable housing. During my community pre-budget consultations, our not-for-profit agencies could not stress enough the importance of investment in safe and affordable housing. This first phase of this investment makes possible repairs and upgrades to long-neglected critical infrastructure. Bilateral agreements were signed with all the provinces and territories, and more than 750 projects have already been approved. Projects already underway in our rural and smaller communities, such as wastewater upgrades in Red Deer, hard surfacing of the Trans-Labrador Highway, upgrades to the town of Lanigan's water facilities in Saskatchewan, rehabilitation of bridges in Northwest Territories, new pond inlet small craft harbor in Nunavut, water treatment plant upgrade in my neighboring town of Deserrano. We've also made major investments in infrastructure projects for public transit that, once completed, will help drastically reduce congestion in our cities and get all moms and dads home earlier, hopefully, to spend time with their families and get their families safely home. Phase 2 of the light rail transit in Ottawa, Toronto Transit Commission Surface Track Replacement Program, Waterloo Fairview Mall Transit Terminal, the Trent Severn Waterway National Historic Site, for a total investment of that of $267 million. And I had the great honor on a hot summer day to be with a great Conservative member, the member of Simcoe North in Peterborough, to cut the ribbon on the announcement of the Trent Severn system, which affects my community as the Trent Port Marina in Quinte West is the start of the Trent. And I invite everybody to visit the Trentport Marina in their boats this year and come and enjoy our wineries and enjoy our cities. But having said that, equipping municipalities with resources that need and access to low capital is essential to sustain and grow our communities, providing the building blocks they need to thrive and succeed. Infrastructure is an essential component for healthy, vibrant communities and creates the conditions for sustainable economic growth and development. Investments in infrastructure are investments in our future and that of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech today. I want to ask about the infrastructure bank, because that was one issue that the Liberal Party did not run on in the last election, in particular the impact of that infrastructure bank on smaller communities. We've already heard, Mr. Speaker, many times in this House that those with a population of 100,000 or less will not benefit from this infrastructure bank. And it also shocked me, and I'd like the member's comment on this. When FCM recently visited Ottawa, I met with them, and I was shocked to learn, Mr. Speaker, that when the Prime Minister had his meeting with the equity banks and investment firms, that there was not one representative from FCM that was at that table. So I'm just wondering if he can confirm that and answer the question about the infrastructure bank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Bay of Quinte.
Thank the honourable member for his question, and I'd like to thank him for his municipal experience. And I know him and I have talked about both our municipal experience. But as we're well aware of capital risk, and when we look at Ontario has an infrastructure program that loans municipalities in Ontario and gets away with that capital risk. When you look at smaller projects, sometimes are less risky and easier to obtain funds for. When you look at bigger projects that are Canada-wide, or you look at projects that need financing, it's time to look at the capital risk. And if we, through the infrastructure bank, can get these projects pushed forward and get private investment in them and cut down and reduce that capital risk for cities to get these projects done and done on time and on budget, that's what we're trying to do. Thank you for your question.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Bay of Quinte for his speech. I made my own speech earlier, and I was disappointed that I wasn't confronted by Liberal MPs after that, because I made some serious allegations about the lack of results from the Liberal side when it comes to infrastructure. And as my colleague just mentioned, I have questions about the infrastructure bank. Does my colleague not realize that the infrastructure bank will take $15 billion of funding that people from his riding could have used, and the infrastructure bank won't be interested in investing in projects in his community because there's not a high level of population density like there is in Toronto and Vancouver? And does he not realize that if investing in infrastructure is so urgent, and I agree with him on that, well, the infrastructure bank is going to be put in place in 2017, but 2/3 of the funding that he's just mentioned, 2/3 of it won't be available before 2021, 2022, 2 elections down the road. So how does he reconcile what he said in his speech with the facts that were brought up in the government's fall economic update?
Bay of Quinte.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And when we talk about timeframes and planning and infrastructure, we all know that infrastructure is built, and it's built for a 20 or 30-year period. And in past experience, infrastructure, to get it launched, is usually probably 3 years or 4 years to get a shovel in the ground. And past experience, when you look at a city intersection, and you say to your staff, you say, I give you all the resources and all the money to complete that infrastructure. By the time you do your needs study, your environmental study, it takes a long time to implement programs and get them out. So it's about planning in a cycle. And my daughter that attends Queen's University in her MBA program phoned me the other day and asked me a similar question to the honourable members, Mr. Speaker, and said, you know, you're planning outside the election cycle. Well, it's about us looking at what the total infrastructure is and making plans out of that cycle and building a 10 or a 15-year plan to totally create a plan that does eliminate infrastructure. And if the honourable member or any members want to run on their next election about cancelling the infrastructure program or not extending it past our mandate, I would like them to do that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to rise today in order to address the chamber on this important subject. You know, every society is judged by how well the most vulnerable fare among the rest of the population. And Canada is no different. In this country, we have witnessed a spectacular decline in poverty, particularly over the last decade under the previous government. You know, in the mid-1990s, poverty rates in Canada peaked. They reached a high of the mid-teens, and people in the country who were at the bottom end of the economic ladder were suffering. But gradually, over the course of the previous decade, we have seen that number drop to 8.8%, which is both the lowest level in Canadian history and the biggest decline that has occurred under any government since the low-income cutoff line was established in 1976. In order to understand the reasons why, we have to examine the policy conditions in which it occurred. Let's start back in 1976 when the low-income cutoff line was created. During that time period, poverty was measured to be about 13%. About 13% of people had to spend more than 20% above average on the basic necessities of life, things like food, clothing, shelter, and utilities. That actually increased during the final 8 years of the Trudeau government from 13% to 13.8%. Of course, that was a period in time in which middle-class incomes also declined. They declined by about 8% according to the very first chart in the very first budget that Mr. Trudeau's son introduced here in the House of Commons. And in that time, poverty grew. Now, that might seem counterintuitive because Pierre Elliott Trudeau liked to style himself as a man who pursued a just society, one built upon massive state intervention, big government. Now, of course, government was aggrandized under the pretext of creating social justice, to take from the rich in order to give to the poor, which is particularly interesting because after the period during which time Pierre Elliott Trudeau increased the size of the federal government to 24% of the Canadian economy, the middle-class incomes of average Canadians plummeted, again, according to data that the present Liberal government released in its recent budget. And poverty actually went up, which demonstrates that as government gets bigger, the poor get poorer. That is, of course, runs counter to all of the narratives that we have been taught for so long. We have been taught that big governments equalize society, that government and the state are like a grand fairness machine, constantly taking from the privileged in order to give to the many. In fact, as government gets bigger, the poor get poorer. Why does this happen? Well, for one, in a government-run economy, a company is rewarded if it has the best lobbyist. In a free market economy, a company is rewarded if it has the best product. Government economies are based on force. Free enterprise economies are based on billions, literally billions, of voluntary transactions. In a free market economy, millions of people, through billions of transactions, decide what businesses produce and at what price. In a government-run economy, the state tells people what they get and what they'll pay for it. In other words, it's a relationship of force, and in any relationship of force, the most powerful win. Now, who are the most powerful? They are the people who can afford to hire lobbyists, to pressure the government, lawyers, to get around the rules, or to sue those against whom they're competing, and accountants, to avoid paying the cost of the massive apparatus we call the state. Those are the powerful interests that always do best when government gets big. We see this in the province of Ontario, where the government introduced something called the Green Energy Act, which was supposed to create jobs producing windmills and solar panels. What actually happened? Well, according to the Auditor General, over the full life of this program, a massive government program that forces consumers to pay higher electricity bills in order to purchase wind and solar energy, the Auditor General of Ontario said that will increase the cost of electricity by an extra $160 billion, above and beyond what it would have cost otherwise. And of course, those costs will fall on the backs of the people who can least afford it, the poor, because electricity and other utilities make up a larger share of the income of poor families than it does of rich families. Furthermore, wealthy interests are able to pay to have a solar panel put on their ceiling or to invest in a windmill, wind turbine park in somebody else's backyard. Wealthy interests are able to aggrandize their own financial situation by benefiting from this government-forced pricing system that rips everyone else off. In fact, the former Liberal Party president, Mike Crowley, presided over a company that received a $500 million contract in the process. So there were a lot of wealthy insiders who were made instant millionaires overnight, and there were also a lot of middle-class people who were made instant food bank goers at the same time. We've had food banks from places like Windsor who've said people have come in with their hydro bill and said, I got a choice here. I either eat or I turn the lights on. So maybe you could feed me so I can pay these bills. Again, a massive wealth transfer from the very poor to the very rich, from the have-nots to the have-yachts. We see other similar examples. This carbon tax will raise the price of the basic necessities of life, things like heat, hydro, food, and shelter. Those are things on which a lower-income family spends a third more of their income than does a wealthy family. In other words, low-income people will pay more as a share of their income than will rich households. The result, of course, is that those with the least will suffer the most. And who will benefit? Well, in Ontario, the government says it's going to use the money to subsidize all kinds of green programs. Already such programs exist. One paid for 5 millionaires to buy the wealthiest car ever produced, the Porsche 918 Spyder, under the guise that this is a very green car. So middle-class taxpayers suffering to make ends meet were actually paying for millionaires to buy Porsches. And the story goes on and on, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Liberals and people on the left like to compare themselves to Robin Hood. You know, they're taking from the rich to give to the poor. In reality, Robin Hood was not a redistributionist. Robin Hood was not a medieval Marxist. He was a tax fighter, leading probably the most famous tax revolt in the history of our civilization. He fought against heavy taxation by his arch nemesis, who was a tax collector, the Sheriff of Nottingham, and who at the time collected from the peasants and the landowners so that he could aggrandize all of the adventures and the luxuries of the aristocratic elite. And in a much less, admittedly, dramatic form, we see that occur again and again throughout history. And the result is that throughout history, we have seen that as government gets bigger, the poorer get poorer. We see in studies done by a former IMF director, when he compared big government countries, medium-sized government countries, and small government countries, that the countries that have the smallest governments actually have the best social outcomes. That is, those countries where government represents less than 40% of the economy. And so the empirical data shows that if you want to give people opportunity, particularly those with the least, you do so by getting government out of the way and unleashing the unmatched force of free enterprise to allow people to pursue their own dreams, benefit from their own work, invest in their own ambitions, and build up their own communities. That is the way you lift up those with the least. That is the way you build a stronger and more vibrant middle class, and that is the reason why we were able to reduce poverty to unmatched levels under the previous government And it is the only way that this government will continue to build on that success. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague opposite, from the other side of the river, from my riding of Gatineau.
He's getting very good at reciting all of the dogma and the failed experiments in supply-side economics. What he fails to realize is that in terms of outcomes and in terms of the real world and in terms of what we were left as a situation as we entered office was a failed economic experiment by relying unduly on commodities in this country, crumbling infrastructure, a social deficit where social housing, as my friend from Belleville outlined, or other measures, we were in all sorts of social deficit. And finally, 9 consecutive years of unfettered, unchecked borrowing. They never saw a ledger with black ink. So this member now chooses to get up and speak from the Friedman School, but yet, while in power, demonstrated none of that orthodoxy or discipline that he now would have us espouse. So could I just get him to explain a little bit of the dissonance that I'm experiencing?
Honourable member for Carleton.
I cannot explain the dissonance that he's experiencing, Mr. Speaker, but I can explain our record, which was to reduce the size of the federal government to its smallest as a share of the economy in the last 50 years. We had the least expensive government as a share of the economy in the last half century, and the results were very positive. We saw, as I said, poverty rates fell down to 8.8%, which is the lowest level in recorded history, much lower than when the Liberals were previously in government and vastly lower than during the last Trudeau government, whose policies the present government is trying to replicate. You know, the member talks about supply-side economics. He and his party subscribe to a theory of trickle-down government, that if you take money from working people and you put it on the top of a big bureaucracy, that it will trickle down through that bureaucracy, and then it will go to another level of government, and then maybe even to the municipal government, and then it will be given to interest groups, so we'll fan out, and a few drops will trickle down to the people at the bottom who pay the bills. We do not accept trickle-down government. It's a theory that has been disproven time and time again. It has failed. It leads only to bankruptcy and suffering, as we see in Greece. Mr. Speaker, we believe in bottom-up economics here. We raised the personal exemption by $1,500, lifting 1 million people off the tax rolls altogether. We lowered federal income taxes for people earning less than $30,000 a year by 90%. The result is people were able to earn their way out of poverty and build a brighter future for themselves.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know whether my colleague often gets the feeling that the Liberals are living in a different world and they don't seem to understand the realities of daily life for most Canadians. They don't seem to understand what it is to have an annual income of around $25,000 and to have 3 or 4 kids to support. The Liberals claim to be the defenders of the middle class, but is it really logical the way they're acting and not understanding people's daily lives, turning their backs on them, especially people who live in rural areas? So does the member share this sense that the Liberals are really out of touch with the economic realities of Canadians? Yes, I share that impression, Mr. Speaker. I think the Liberals surround themselves with extremely wealthy people, extremely well-heeled people who make contributions of $1,500 a head, people that the Prime Minister hobnobs with at the Ritz-Carlton, the Finance Minister, and he are millionaires themselves. They've lived very privileged lives, so it's clear that they live in an environment where they never need to worry about not having enough money. And they never have in their whole lives. So for people who have to work to earn a living, they're the ones suffering from this government's policies. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of International Trade.
It's an honour to get up and speak in the House this afternoon on something that really is a centerpiece of our government's policy moving forward, our budget. It's a budget that is important to Canadians in so many ways, in particular because it represents a strong and courageous change in direction from policies that the previous government undertook that would have the impact, Mr. Speaker, of making my children and my grandchildren and everybody else's children and grandchildren across the country a whole lot weaker for many, many years. Mr. Speaker, we plan to invest over $180 billion in infrastructure over the next 11 years. So many of these expenses will directly touch upon my riding. Social housing, Mr. Speaker, the previous government over the past 10 years completely abandoned its responsibility, Mr. Speaker, in the area of social housing. I'm privileged to sit in this House next to the member of Spadina-Fort York, who greatly inspired our platform and who therefore greatly inspired the budget as it now stands, and I really would like to pay homage to him, Mr. Speaker. So he has an urban riding in Toronto, which is much like my urban riding in Montreal, and the housing needs are glaring, in particular because of the federal government's abandonment of its responsibility 10 years ago. We need better social housing. We need to renew co-op agreements, which are very, very important in my riding. We need to have the money available for those co-op agreements to be renewed, and for those cooperative housing arrangements to be able to reinvest in their own infrastructure, such that the buildings don't become dilapidated and that they continue to be vibrant communities moving forward. But there's also the question, my riding straddles the end of the city and the beginning of the suburbs. There's the question of affordable housing as well. And here we need to be flexible to allow homeowners to be able to repair their own homes, and for landlords to be able to repair their rental properties, particularly at the lower end of the rental scale, such that tenants will have a good stock of affordable housing. And the fact that we have had the courage, Mr. Speaker, to say we will run deficits in order to improve our stock of social housing and our infrastructure generally, I think is such an important change of direction. Mr. Speaker, there's also money in infrastructure for social innovation and technological innovation, two things that are very dear to my heart. I taught intellectual property for many years, Mr. Speaker, and have had to follow, for professional reasons, quite happily I might add, the whole digital revolution. The world has changed immensely since I started teaching intellectual property in 1998. It has been unbelievable, and the possibilities created for both economic advancement and the reshaping of society through the digital revolution are breathtaking. I have, Mr. Speaker, and I hope to have social innovation projects accepted for my riding, as well as trying to bring some of the fruits of the digital revolution into my riding to create good jobs, good middle-class jobs, but also to allow people to work closer, to live closer to where they work, and allow a community to thrive in that manner. It's a new generation where people don't necessarily want to commute for a long time in order to get into work. I hope I have the ideal riding, Mr. Speaker, to have that possibility, and by having infrastructure investment, particularly in these kinds of digital areas, we might be able to create those possibilities. I'm also blessed, Mr. Speaker, in my riding with two jewels, the St. Lawrence River and the Lachine Canal, both of which could profit greatly from investment in green infrastructure. The Lachine Canal is, for many reasons, so historically important in the history of Canada, in the development that occurred along that canal. But now we need to redeploy the Lachine Canal as a recreational space that requires infrastructure spending, not just on the canal itself, the walls of the canal and its development into a 12-month-a-year recreational facility, but also for decontamination, Mr. Speaker. All the lands in the southwest of Montreal are effectively contaminated because of their industrial history. And moving forward on any kind of project, whether it be around the Lachine Canal or whether it be a social housing project in Verdun or in Villemard, we need to be thinking about funds for decontamination in order to make our infrastructure projects work. Let me open, because I'm talking about the environment, something that I feel needs to be said in this House as regards the price on carbon. People who speak out against the price on carbon seem to think you have a right to pollute. It used to be treated, Mr. Speaker, in the economics literature as an externality, something a property owner didn't have to think about or a business owner didn't have to think about. It was external to his or her thinking. Mr. Speaker, that kind of analysis is completely wrong. Nobody has a right to pollute. Nobody has a right to not consider these externalities in terms of their own business activities. It is their responsibility, Mr. Speaker, precisely to consider the environmental impact of everything they do. It is part of the responsibility of being a property owner. It is part of the responsibility of being a business owner. And I spent the better part of 20 years as a property theorist arguing just that. So it is not unjust, Mr. Speaker, to price carbon. It is, in fact, equitable and just, and it is righting a historic wrong, whether it's in terms of analytic thinking or in terms of justice itself. Mr. Speaker, one of the most courageous things we are doing in this budget is bringing forth the idea of an infrastructure bank. This is precisely in recognition of the fact that some of our infrastructure needs are so great that we can turn to pools of investment capital that exist in Canada and throughout the world in order to realize these kinds of projects. There is a project, Mr. Speaker, currently being conceived in Montreal for a high-speed rail in which the funding would come from Quebec's massive investment from the Caisse de dépôt et placement. This is the kind of project that the investment bank would target, projects that have some income stream, that an investment fund or a pension fund might want to invest in over the long term with a stable and steady rate of return for its investors. Why not tap into this, Mr. Speaker? It makes possible all sorts of projects that will help my children move around the city of Montreal and my grandchildren move around the city of Montreal should they choose to stay there, or anybody else. And it really takes courage, Mr. Speaker. We envisaged this in our platform. It was in our campaign booklet, and we are bringing this to reality, Mr. Speaker, and this is going to be fantastic. Finally, I need to speak about the families in my riding, both the young and the old. The Canada Child Benefit will help many families that live in my riding who are struggling, Mr. Speaker, to make ends meet, and this non-taxable benefit, which is much more generous than the previous benefit, will certainly be an advantage over what was previously had, a miscellaneous mumbo-jumbo of tax credits and whatnot, which are far less generous in the ensemble than all of these than our single clear program. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister announced this in Montreal, the future Prime Minister announced this in Montreal in Olympic Stadium, there were 70,000 seats in that stadium, and it was pointed out that that's how many kids in Quebec would be raised out of poverty by this measure, and I'm proud to be part of that, Mr. Speaker. Finally, for the seniors in my riding, reducing the age for eligibility for benefits to 65, increasing the supplement, and in addition to what we're doing in Bill C-26 on the CPP, means that our benefits for seniors are going to give them a dignified retirement and help in particular those who are really struggling, Mr. Speaker. Believe me, I met many of them at the door. There are measures in here to help veterans. There are measures in here as far as employment insurance goes. That would take another 2 or 3 days, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to say and conclude at this point by saying this is a courageous budget. It's the word that characterizes it. We've had the courage to come forward to take these measures, put them into place for our kids and our grandkids, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions coming to him when we resume debate on this bill. It being 1:30, the House now proceeds to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of Bill C-228, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, closed containment aquaculture.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise today and speak to Bill C-228, an act to amend the Fisheries Act in regards to closed containment finfish aquaculture, and provide my thoughts, my comments, and my background on a few points in this bill. I want to start by saying that I appreciate the efforts the member from Port Moody Coquitlam has made on behalf of wild salmon over a number of years. But I will add that he is not the only one in this House who has taken up helping wild salmon. See, Mr. Speaker, this member has also been working for wild salmon for nearly 20 years. And I'm guessing there are members of this House from Atlantic Canada who have also put in some time on behalf of wild salmon on that side of the country. I've had the privilege of being an active conservationist in streams, lakes, and rivers where we could go today and see the ongoing benefits of the work done. In fact, just before I returned to this fall session of Parliament, I spent some time working with DFO staff, First Nations members, and Conservation Club members, some of who had traveled from distant communities. We spent some time in hip waders, gumboots, slugging through muck and silt to the mouth of the Salmon River. There we worked with burlap fencing, sandbags, shovels, and sweat to rechannel the lower portion of the river into a singular channel that would be deep enough for migrating Chinook salmon to reach their spawning grounds. For years, this river delta has been filling in with silt to a point that it spread out into multiple fingers, none of them deep enough for the fish to leave the lake and continue the last few miles to their spawning beds. These fish, nearing the end of a spawning migration of hundreds of miles, had only a few miles to go. Without the blood, sweat, and blisters of the DFO staff, First Nations, and volunteers working together, those fish would not have reached the spawning beds and not have been able to complete their mating ritual and produce the next generation of wild salmon. Now, you might wonder how this has relevance to Bill C-228, which speaks to salmon aquaculture. Well, the silt that had filled in the Salmon River Delta is allegedly from years of logging and farming practices along the river's course. Although these practices may be the cause for the siltation and restricting the ability of the salmon to access the historic spawning channels, government is not planning to shut down or remove the farmers and loggers from their ability to continue to farm or harvest timber. What is being done instead is that farming and logging practices are being improved. Farmers are being encouraged to build exclusion fencing to keep livestock out of the river. They are being encouraged to replant riparian areas and stabilize stream banks so that not only do the salmon benefit, but the farmers benefit when they don't lose more land being washed downstream during next year's spring freshet. Through collaborative efforts, changes are being made. Farming and other activities that drive our economy are able to continue so that people have jobs. And jobs pay taxes, and taxes pay for schools and hospitals. so that is why it is relevant. Bill C-228 would force government and aquaculture farmers to completely move or change their current practices. Bill C-228 would force government to compensate these fish farmers for their losses and provide employment insurance for displaced workers. Rather than provide incentives and encourage improvement in practices, Bill C-228 would virtually eliminate the viable, job-creating, revenue-generating farming sector right out of the province and probably right out of the country. In discussions with representatives of the salmon farming sector, they have indicated that the expense of moving and changing their operations to close containment would leave them little option. Increased operating costs would necessitate that they reduce their costs, especially transportation of goods to market. This would mean industry moves to markets in the U.S., in New York, Los Angeles, and overseas to Asia, virtually destroying jobs and income here in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, while there are risks and possible causes for wild salmon declines, I believe those risks are better managed or mitigated through collaborative programs where fishermen, farmers, and industry can work together to improve situations that may be impacting our wild salmon. Another point I would like to touch on this bill is that in fact it only refers to salmon aquaculture in Canadian waters off the Pacific coast. And I wonder what our Atlantic colleagues in the House would have to say about the implications of Bill 228 expanding to the Atlantic coast. I find it interesting that we have heard little from those Atlantic members on this. Are they even paying attention, I wonder? Bill C-228 also states that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans must, and I quote in part, within 18 months, prepare, table in Parliament, and implement a plan for transition to the use of closed containment facilities, setting out, among other things, specific support measures for cooperations and workers in the finfish aquaculture sector affected by this transition in order to protect the jobs and financial security of those workers, including training and income support through employment insurance system, end quote. Mr. Speaker, while I believe we need to support workers who may have lost their jobs to reasons beyond their control, I don't believe we should pass a bill that would, for start, kill jobs, that would drive revenue-generating business out of Canada, and then have government, have taxpayers compensate those businesses and workers impacted. Bill C-228 says nothing about the continued viability of the businesses or the long-term stability of the remote communities they support. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the member from Port Moody Coquitlam for his efforts for wild salmon, but the proposals of Bill C-228 are underdeveloped and underdefined. They seek to tear down the barn before a new barn can be built. While there is a chance this bill could see amendment at the committee stage, that cannot be assured. I recognize that there are concerns and issues with our wild salmon on both the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, and that this country needs to be, these issues need to be addressed and managed. However, Bill C-228 fails to promote cooperation of employees and commerce and government for the improvement of operations on a collaborative basis. Bill C-228 fails to consider the practicalities of the transition and adaptation of a sector that provides 6,000 long-term jobs, many of which are in our coastal communities. Bill C-228 would add to the tax burden borne by hardworking Canadians. While I have expressed my own commitment and concern for wild salmon and admit that there is much to be learned, the issues I have just listed prevent me from supporting Bill C-228. What I could support is a collaborative approach to the issues and a collaborative plan to manage our wild salmon and our aquaculture sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have today in this Parliament a historic opportunity to act on the key recommendations of the Cohen Commission to protect wild salmon and the wild salmon economy, and to innovate and take action on coastal job creation. The importance of wild Pacific salmon cannot be overstated. They're the foundation of Indigenous culture in British Columbia. They're the foundation of our coastal ecology, and they establish British Columbia's settlement pattern as well. Salmon support a $102 million West Coast commercial fishery, employing 1,400 people. They support a $326 million West Coast recreational fishery, employing 8,400 people. They fuel a $783 million West Coast wilderness tourism industry, employing 26,000 full-time and roughly 40,000 in total. Yet wild salmon are at risk globally. Due to climate change and the increased prevalence of salmon farms along migratory routes, salmon populations on the West Coast are at serious risk. Worldwide, since 1975, oceans have absorbed 90% of the excess heat from global climate change. Worldwide, fisheries as a result could lose $10 billion of their annual revenue from climate change. Since salmon farms proliferated on our coast in the 90s, Fraser sockeye populations have crashed. In 2009, the salmon run on the Fraser River saw only 1.4 million fish, a drastic low of spawning returns from typical levels, which are usually 20 to 30 million. And sockeye salmon at our latitude are threatened with extinction by 2050, and potentially all species of salmon by 2100 if we do not act. This would affect everything moving up the food chain, including resident killer whales. Now, so writes Diana Hardiker from the riding that I represent. I teach students at the Nanaimo River Fish Hatchery about the important, irreplaceable role that Pacific salmon play in the health of our ecosystem and our health. Any threat to that, namely disease from Atlantic salmon, is unacceptable. I agree, open net fish farms are a further threat to Pacific wild salmon. They are located in key migratory areas for wild salmon, and there is evidence that they are harming wild salmon. Feces and waste feed damage the ecosystem near fish farms. They promote the spread of disease and allow sea lice to flourish. Now imagine being a wee salmon minnow. You are running the gauntlet of net pen fish farms on your migratory route, and they emerge bristling with sea lice. Now salmon have enough to contend with between ocean, river, lake, and 4 years out in the ocean without this impossible burden of sea lice. Now, if and when viruses spread to wild salmon, which are already under threat from sea lice, the results could be even more catastrophic. And I salute the work of Alexandra Morton. She's a heroine on our coast, standing up for wild salmon and ringing the alarm on science and the threat from salmon farms.
Hear, hear.
So we need to transition to closed containment. West Coast salmon, wild salmon, are under threat from sea lice, pollutants, and diseases coming from open net fish farms. And we've seen this happen already. Norway, Chile, Scotland, and now BC have all had problems with their wild salmon fishery as a result of the contamination from open pen fish farms. We cannot afford the declining wild salmon population, and we cannot afford the aquaculture collapse. I heard about this from Julie Smith, who wrote to me, as someone who was a commercial fisher for over 25 years and has now lost my job because of the decline of fish returns. This is something I feel very strongly about. Please support this bill. It is important. And I urge the government to do the right thing and transition this industry to safe closed containment technology. Now, New Democrats called for a judicial inquiry into the sockeye collapse of the Fraser salmon run, and then we championed the implementation of the recommendations resulting from the Cohen Commission. And this new Liberal government has promised full implementation of Cohen's recommendations. Yet 18 of its 20 deadlines have passed already without any action. Now, Cohen said the Government of Canada should remove from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans mandate the promotion of salmon farming as an industry and farmed salmon as a product. Never was the need more clear to remove that conflict of interest than when we heard the DFO parliamentary secretary in debate last month proclaim the spotless record of the aquaculture industry. It's just not fair. We heard strong words from Cohen on the precautionary principle and the possible link between open net salmon farming and the decline in wild salmon. And we are arguing here today in this bill that closed containment salmon farms are the solution for the West Coast. They would create jobs while protecting wild salmon. We already have 70 licensed closed containment fin farms in British Columbia already, so the technology is proven. This would keep the farm environment on the farm and the wild environment wild. It would protect wild salmon from parasites like sea lice. And on-land fish farms can better control the water temperature and water quality, maximizing the efficiency of growth, which is good for the salmon farming business. So it is time to innovate. The rate of change in this industry is tremendous, and Norway and Denmark are already generating very good results. This is proven technology, and we're already making great strides across Canada in closed containment Atlantic salmon production, with Sustainable Blue in Nova Scotia and Kutera leading the way in British Columbia. With many of my colleagues from 3 different parties in this House, we had the chance to visit Kutera. It's been in operation since 2013 and is fully owned by the Namgis First Nation on northern Vancouver Island. It is designed to produce 450 tons per year of antibiotic-free, hormone-free, non-GMO Atlantic salmon. All the water is recycled and cleaned every hour, and 99% of that water is reused. The solid waste, which in traditional fish farms is dumped into the ocean, in Kutera's on-land farm, it's filtered, captured, and composted. And the ammonia in the water is converted to nitrate and can be used for aquaponics. I can't say enough how inspiring it was to go to this facility, to see local people innovating, working together, creating local jobs, using local feed, and generating those on-the-ground results that can really inspire further success. And we heard again and again from the proponents at Kutera what a tremendous advantage British Columbia has. We already have fish farms, technicians, processing plants, everything to give us an advantage now over the United States. Yet the Danish company Langs & Laks is starting up a 30,000-ton on-land closed containment Atlantic salmon farm in Florida. Canada could get ahead of this sustainable high-tech wave by innovating now to protect wild salmon. Now, my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Port Moody Coquitlam, has such a strong record of standing up with and for wild salmon. He's swum across the Georgia Strait, across the Salish Sea, down the Fraser River. He's been a fantastic proponent and advocate along with NGOs like Georgia Strait Alliance. And his bill before us today would strengthen the Fisheries Act by requiring West Coast salmon farms to move from open net harmful pens to safe closed containment systems within 5 years. And it would require the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Coast Guard to plan the transition of salmon farming industry on the West Coast to closed containment in a way that moves those jobs, that supports local economy, that is a win-win for environment and local employment. Now, while 150 First Nations bands oppose open net fish farms, salmon farms, there's tremendous support for this on-land salmon farm bill. The Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the First Nations Fisheries Alliance, the Canadian Wildlife Federation, the BC Wildlife Federation, and hundreds of others are in support. And I will end, almost 1,200 of my constituents have written to me to say that they want to see this Parliament support this bill. I'll end with a plea and a urge to this Parliament to recognize the sacred duty we have, a responsibility we have to make things right for both wild economy and local jobs. We can support a just transition to on-land closed containment salmon farms in BC, proving that Canada can innovate, create jobs, protect wild salmon, and protect BC's coastal economy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my riding of Kootenay, Columbia is located in the Rocky Mountains. For 10 years, I was manager of visitor services with provincial parks for the Lower Mainland and Vancouver Island. And I know how important a healthy wild salmon population is to the economy, to the environment, and indeed to the way of life that people enjoy on the coast. I also spent a little bit of time as a teacher, and I know that apparently people need to hear things at least 3 times before they really start to remember and understand it. So some of these facts you're going to hear today you've heard once or twice, but you'll hear it probably a 3rd time as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to support my NDP colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam and his private member's bill, C-228. I want to thank the member for his many years of work as a champion for West Coast wild salmon, for our oceans, and for coastal communities. I was proud to run under the 2015 federal NDP platform that included a commitment to transitioning salmon farms to closed containment. And it is my sincere hope that the members of this House will take action to support what is clearly science-based policy and protect this important resource. Mr. Speaker, wild salmon play a vital ecological, cultural, and economic role on Canada's west coast. They feed species at risk, such as orca whales, eagles, bears, and other large mammals, and carry essential nutrients deep into coastal forests during their spawning cycles up rivers and creeks. Wild salmon are an important food source for coastal communities and are an integral part of West Coast First Nations economy, diet, and culture. West Coast wild salmon are a key economic driver in the region, supporting a $102 million commercial fishery, a $326 million recreational fishery, and over 9,000 family-supporting jobs in coastal and First Nations communities. Wild salmon are also an important contributor to the $783 million West Coast wilderness tourism industry, which employs 26,000 people full-time and roughly 40,000 people in total. Mr. Speaker, coastal communities, cultural traditions, and complex ecosystems depend on a healthy West Coast wild salmon population. Unfortunately, our West Coast wild salmon are under threat from sea lice, pollutants, and diseases coming from open net cage fish farms. In British Columbia, our Fraser River salmon run historically topped over 100 million fish, and now a run of 20 to 30 million is considered exceptional. And in 2009, only 1.4 million Fraser River sockeye returned to spawn. The NDP was a consistent supporter of the resulting judicial inquiry and of the important recommendations that came out of the Cohen Commission. It is important to note, though, that the devastating downward trend in our wild salmon population has continued, with indicators showing this year's salmon run to be just as low as the one that triggered the inquiry in 2009. So who is a major culprit? Open net fish farms have spread diseases and parasites to wild salmon populations and damaged ecosystems with feces and waste feed, and can kill whales, 2 in the last 3 weeks, tangled in nets, and other marine mammals. And escaped farm salmon continue to end up in the wild population, further contributing to these problems. Earlier this year, Dr. Christy Miller of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans confirmed the presence of heart and skeletal muscle inflammation, or HSMI for short, in salmon samples collected from a BC fish farm located on Johnson Strait. The presence of this deadly salmon disease further raises the alarm that action must be taken. Open net farms are located on essential wild salmon migration routes, including the Discovery Islands. And if HSMI disease were to spread to wild salmon, already under threat from other diseases, including sea lice, the impact on the salmon population could be catastrophic. The Cohen Commission recommended that the federal government apply the precautionary principle in relation to protecting wild salmon. The implementation of this principle means that when science demonstrates the existence of more than a minimal risk to our wild salmon population, the government is required to take action to protect it. The Liberal government has claimed to be committed to the precautionary principle, and protecting the wild salmon economy. But rather than take action to encourage closed containment fish farms, even in light of the overwhelming evidence pointing to the harms that they cause, the federal government has extended the duration of open net salmon farm licenses from 1 to 6 years. The government also continues to allow diseased salmon to be transferred into farms on the West Coast. At the same time, the Liberals have further allowed the destruction of wild salmon habitat by approving Site C Hydro Dam and Pacific Northwest liquid natural gas developments. Mr. Speaker, Norway, Chile, and Scotland have all seen the negative impacts of open net farms on their wild salmon fisheries, leading to declining wild populations and collapses. We're now seeing the same potential problems in British Columbia. We need to learn from these examples and take action now to protect Canadian wild salmon. And Bill C-228 is part of the answer. This bill strengthens the Fisheries Act by requiring West Coast fish farms to transition from open net pens to safe, closed containment systems within 5 years. It also requires the Ministry of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard to develop, table, and implement a plan to facilitate the transition of the West Coast salmon farming industry to closed containment. This does need to be a transition within 18 months of the bill receiving royal assent. This is sound, science-based policy that has received widespread support from stakeholders. Professor Rick Rutledge of Simon Fraser University has said, the scientific evidence that has emerged over the past several years clearly shows that the agriculture-related parasites and viruses pose far more than minimal risk to Fraser sockeye and to other wild Pacific salmon more generally. He goes on to say, the only way that I can see to safeguard this globally significant natural treasure from this very real threat is to require a rapid transition to closed containment land-based facilities. Mr. Speaker, closed containment farming systems place a barrier between wild and farmed salmon, effectively eliminating some of the most negative impacts of open net salmon farming and significantly reducing others. A transition to closed containment technology has many benefits for the wild salmon economy, including removing the threat of disease and parasites, reducing the need for antibiotics and chemical treatments in fish farming, allowing farm salmon to grow to market weight faster, and commanding a premium price for an environmentally sustainable product, providing greater operational control to minimize investment risk and losses, and ultimately protecting our marine ecosystems. These systems are already finding success in salmon production across Canada, led by Kutera in BC and Sustainable Blue in Nova Scotia. There are also more than 70 licensed closed containment fin fish farms in British Columbia growing salmon, tilapia, crayfish, and trout. As Aaron Hill of the Watershed Watch Salmon Society notes, closed containment aquaculture protects wild salmon from the harmful viruses and parasites that can be spread by salmon farms. We shouldn't have to trade off the health of our wild salmon for agriculture jobs, and if Bill C-228 passes, we won't have to. Moving to closed containment salmon farming is a no-brainer, and I couldn't agree more. We can protect our environment and our jobs with the safe, reliable, proven technology. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-228 provides us with an historic opportunity to protect wild salmon and the wild salmon economy. As our nation's federal representatives, we in this House have a responsibility to pursue a long-term vision for Canada's natural heritage. And as Andrew White of the Willowgrove Foundation has said, closed containment holds the promise of creating a diversified, enduring rural economy with no environmental impacts and allows wild farm salmon economies and ecosystems to thrive. Mr. Speaker, Canada can become a world leader in closed containment technology, providing jobs for First Nations and our rural and coastal communities, while also taking a science-based approach to protecting our environment. And I strongly urge all members of this House to support Bill C-228 and to protect the national treasure that is wild salmon for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Port Moody Coquitlam for bringing this important bill to this place, and I'm very happy to speak to it and express my strong support for it. As others have mentioned,
This bill proposes to move open net salmon aquaculture pens to safe, closed containment systems over a 5-year period. This will have significant beneficial impacts on the survival of West Coast salmon and Pacific ecosystems in general. The 5 species of Pacific salmon are a keystone of aquatic ecosystems in British Columbia. Salmon mature in the open Pacific, then migrate hundreds of kilometers up inland to spawn. And I want to mention here, even though it's already been mentioned today, that the sponsor of this bill has swum the length of the Fraser River twice, 1,400 kilometers each time, so he knows what the salmon have to go through. Admittedly, he's only done it downstream, so he hasn't fought the currents all the way, but it is still an impressive feat and is a real testament to his efforts to save wild salmon. And as the salmon fight those currents, they are bringing rich nutrients from the ocean into the interior rivers, lakes, and forests. One simply has to witness the spectacle of wildlife around a salmon spawning ground to understand the significance of this. Hundreds, sometimes thousands of bald eagles gather at the spawning sites to feast on the spent spawners, moving from river to river as the different spawning events unfold through the summer, fall, and winter. These eagles come from all over Western North America, from Arizona and Colorado, Montana, Alberta, Northwest Territories. And the salmon runs are an essential part of their winter survival, as well as the survival of a myriad of other species, including bear, waterfowl, and others that rely on salmon, including the orcas that feed on them as they come back out of the ocean through the narrows of Johnson Strait and other places on the coast. The young salmon swim downstream to the Pacific, usually spending time in the rich estuaries at the river mouths, which act as nurseries. Estuaries in BC have been prime locations for industrial activity, port facilities on the tidal flats of the Fraser Estuary, log sorts up and down the coast, and recently a new proposal for an LNG port on one of the most important eelgrass beds at the mouth of the Skeena. First Nations have also relied on salmon for millennia. For many Indigenous communities across British Columbia and the Yukon, salmon are the centerpiece of their food supply throughout the year and have always been central to their culture. They were an abundant, predictable, and easily preserved resource. In my riding, First Nations have traveled each year to significant concentration sites such as Okanagan Falls and south of the border at Kettle Falls. In the Okanagan Nation or Seal culture, the salmon is one of the 4 food chiefs, along with Skimshis, the bear, Speetlum, the bitterroot, and Sia, the Saskatoon berry. But salmon populations have suffered greatly over the past century. Heavy fishing in the early 1900s significantly reduced many stocks. Clear-cut logging along streams degraded spawning habitat. Hydroelectric dams have wiped out 20 salmon stocks in British Columbia, most of them on the Columbia River. Climate change threatens to diminish stocks further as spring freshets come earlier and weaker, and summer droughts become longer, drier, and hotter. Salmon die in warm, oxygen-poor waters. When I was young, there were few salmon that returned each year to the Okanagan River to spawn. Although the Okanagan was one of the last 2 viable sockeye runs in the Columbia River system, only about 5,000 fish came back each fall. Chinook salmon were even more endangered. One population estimate of the Okanagan spawning population from about a decade ago was only 7 individuals. But some years ago, serious efforts began to restore the sockeye populations of the Okanagan. In the last decade, these efforts have been spearheaded by the Okanagan Nation Alliance. Through their efforts to rebuild the spawning channels of the Okanagan River, sockeye now number in the hundreds of thousands in good years. Last year, 500,000 sockeye entered the Columbia destined for the Okanagan, but all but 10,000 died in the warm water pools below the 11 dams they have to deal with on their way upstream. This year was cooler and wetter, and the return was good. It's clear that salmon populations on the Pacific coast of Canada face a multitude of challenges, and any addition to these cumulative stressors could tip populations over the edge, sending them into decline and local extinction. This bill would remove one of those challenges, a significant one. We know that open net salmon farms have impact on wild salmon populations through diseases, parasites, pollution, and escapement. Remember, these are Atlantic salmon in these pens, and when they escape and try to spawn in the local rivers, it's a serious problem for wild salmon populations. We know that the aquatic ecosystems of British Columbia and much of the terrestrial ecosystems around spawning rivers are being degraded because of this situation. We know there is a problem, and we know the answer. We know what we have to do. We simply have to have the political will to fix the problem. Mr. Speaker, in the past, when we have faced similar situations, we've been successful. In the 1960s and 70s, we discovered that DDT was causing dramatic population declines of birds of prey around the world. Eagles and falcons were literally disappearing. We knew the cause, it was DDT. So we banned that pesticide, even though it was costly in the short term for the agriculture industry. And I know that impact. I grew up on a small apple orchard, and I saw what my father had to do in terms of new equipment to deal with the new pesticides that replaced DDT. But we fixed the problem and have seen eagle and falcon populations rebound in spectacular fashion over the past 40 years. And the agriculture industry has not only survived, but it has flourished. And we can do the same for wild salmon. This bill calls for a shift from open net salmon farms to closed containment systems. That's the right thing to do. We can still have a successful salmon farming industry on the Pacific Coast, one that is based on sound environmental principles, one that could command higher prices for its product because of those principles. Canada can become a world leader in closed containment systems as the world makes this shift. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge every member of this House to support Bill C-228 and save our wild salmon. Lim Lim, thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam now has 5 minutes to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all my colleagues for their very thoughtful and supportive remarks. Mr. Speaker, the government got a couple things wrong in their response to my bill, so I'm happy to correct the record and give members something to think about before the vote. Okay. The parliamentary secretary said, quote, "We have no evidence that the environment is sacrificed in order to pursue the economic development of British Columbia's aquaculture industry," unquote. Mr. Speaker, this is simply not true. Earlier this year, the government's own departmental scientists confirmed the existence of heart and skeletal muscle inflammation, HSMI, virus in farmed salmon. The Cohen Commission and numerous studies, including a study published in October in Marine Policy, concluded there is a risk to wild salmon due to the transfer of sea lice and disease. Now, the government also said closed containment is unproven technology. Again, this is not the case. In BC, Katerra, owned by the Namgis First Nation, produces 400 tons of closed containment salmon each year, which is antibiotic-free, hormone-free, and non-GMO. In Nova Scotia, Sustainable Blue will produce 100 tons of closed containment salmon this year and up to 150 or more tons next year. In Washington State, Domsea Farms has been producing land-based freshwater coho salmon for 37 years. These salmon are now available in 124 overweighty stores throughout Western Canada. In Denmark, Danish salmon has closed containment facilities capable of producing 2,000 tons of salmon annually. And Langston Lax is supplying customers with weekly harvests year-round and is planning a 30,000-ton closed containment salmon farm in south of Miami in Florida. The parliamentary secretary said he agrees with the spirit and intent of my bill, which is good news.
Second reading.
However, it's not good enough. If the government is serious about protecting West Coast wild salmon and respecting Justice Cohen's concerns and recommendations, then they should vote yes to Bill C-228. Study after study for more than 15 years has come to the same conclusion. In 2001, the Leggett Inquiry into salmon farming in BC concluded, quote, "Removing net cages from BC's waters and replacing them with closed-loop containment system which prevents waste from being discharged into the environment will resolve most of these problems," end quote. The report went on to say,
quote, the industry has invested substantially in net cage technology and must be given time to convert its operations. But we feel this process must begin immediately and that conversion be subject to regulated timetable. Farms in salmon migration routes or other sensitive areas should be converted to closed containment systems as a first priority, and all salmon farms should be converted within 3 years, end quote. Mr. Speaker, that was 15 years ago. In 2003, the report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans recommended the department should prohibit the development of fin-fish aquaculture near or in major salmon-bearing rivers. The report went on to recommend the department work with industry to develop closed-loop aquaculture systems for fin-fish aquaculture, and this be the only system permitted in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this was 13 years ago. The BC Special Legislative Committee on Sustainable Aquaculture in 2005 to 2007 recommended a rapid transition to ocean-based closed containment begin immediately, and that industry must transition to this technology within the subsequent 2 years. The report also said, quote, it is our expectation that ocean-based containment, closed containment technologies developed in BC will be licensed and sold around the world as consumers demand more sustainable aquaculture practices. This sustainable solution includes a barrier between farmed fish and the marine environment, end quote. Mr. Speaker, that was almost a decade ago. And finally, the Cohen Commission, in the most comprehensive review of Pacific salmon management in Canada, concluded, quote, the potential harm posed to Fraser River sockeye from salmon farms is serious or irreversible. Disease transfer occurs between wild and farmed fish, and I am satisfied that salmon farms along the sockeye migration route have the potential to introduce exotic diseases and to exacerbate endemic diseases that could have a negative impact on Fraser River sockeye, end quote. Mr. Speaker, this is science-based, commercially viable, common-sense legislation that is long overdue. I hope I can count on all members of the House to do the right thing and vote in favor of Bill C-228. Let's move this to committee so we can look at ways to implement the solution that study after study has recommended, but Canada has failed to enact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Ms. Malcolmson, moved that Bill C-228, an act to amend the Fisheries Act, closed containment aquaculture, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Just down here. Yep. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, December 1st, 2016, the recorded division stands deferred until Tuesday, December 6th, 2016, immediately before the time provided for a private member's business. It now being 2:12, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.